Hello, my internet fans. It's me, Statboy Mike, and I would like to welcome you to this week's installment of Throwback Thursday. The Casa D18 Studios Channel continues to sort through the archives of the Jeff Meacham Network, the Simple Man brand, JH95 FTW, NoDQ.com, and the Casa Channel in order to bring you classic content that you may not have seen in a long time, if ever. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy this week's Throwback Thursdays offering. I love you all. Statboy out.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The following views are strictly the views of James Hebert and do not represent the views of everyone that is a part of FTW Productions or works with FTW Productions. Straight from J. Hebert Studios, James covers the good, the bad, and the ugly, and gives his perspective on things. Now here is your host, James Hebert.
Just
Here we are. It's just surreal. Really, like this really does feel surreal. It doesn't feel natural at all that I'm saying this, but I know this is what needs to be done. For those who missed open mic night on Saturday, and for those who missed the watch parties for Thursday, and specifically for Saturday, so I had a lot more to say though, in real time, pretty much. I'm sorry, Sunday, because I recorded it on Saturday, Saturday, and then released it on Sunday, during the day before Labor Day. Long and short of it is, I'm done with professional wrestling modern day. I am done with covering modern pro wrestling. For those who don't know, and haven't really been keeping up with the news, first off, good for you. Seriously, save yourself the headache. But if you're curious enough, I am going to fucking inform you. So I'm going to kind of give you the brief notes. If you saw Jay Hebert's side of things, episode 3, you already know the situation between Punk and the Elite. There has been developments since, and Punk was rumored to come back for the debut of AEW Collision. Punk returned. He cut a shoot promo on the Bucks, which we all thought was an angle, hoping for things to work out. And hopefully that if Punk re-signed, or came back rather, and the Elite re-signed with 5-year deals and all this shit, that things between the two sides would be better. Long and short of it, Punk had a really bad week, losing 2 co-workers, in the form of Wyndham Rotunda and Bray Wyatt, one of which he worked with and another one he idolized. From there, he tried to set up yet another meeting with the Elite that was supposed to take place in Atlanta, Georgia. And Tony Khan basically was a wimpy little bitch and wasn't matter of fact with them, and the Elite just basically said, no, I don't want to freaking meet with them. So, Punk tried to work it out with them again. Meeting was denied, so he stayed an extra couple days in Chicago with his wife and dog. He goes to fly in with nobody. Has no friends at that point, because they're already in London at this point. And he lands in Heathrow Airport. And the travel agent, who is in bed with the Young Bucks, which has now been confirmed, by the way, fucked with his travel and didn't give him a ride just to piss him off even more. So that left Punk with 2 options. Either get an Uber and or Lyft, and in that traffic with all those wrestling fans wandering the streets of London, forget about it. Or go and take the tube. Which could have been extremely dangerous and extremely chaotic for him, to say the least, especially with no fucking security. But luckily he picked the right cart, because everybody that was there was nice, and a guy was actually helping Phil Brooks get to Wembley Stadium, and he actually took a picture with that said fan, and Punk had to say, hey, guess I have to take this fucking picture now, which, you know how Punk is when it comes to free pictures, you know, and shit like that, but he was doing him a solid, so he figured he probably owed the guy. So that was Phil Brooks' week before Jack Perry went on worldwide pay-per-view like it was fucking amateur hour, and then screamed, you see this? Rio Glass, Crimea River. Yeah. Now, this is worth mentioning, and this is worth pointing out that, you know, you're not supposed to use real glass. In fact, I'm going to show the reason why you don't use real glass in any situation, and why Punk was right in the entire time, regardless if he fucking punched him or not. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to look this guy up. Blako561. I'm actually going to stay subscribed because the dude's pretty chill. Really, I mean, deathmatch wrestling, which is funny enough, is the stuff I was least interested in, but somehow I find his documentary of the style fascinating. So, here we are. We're gonna go in here, and what we're gonna do is we are going to watch exactly why you don't use real glass right here. And this is coming from MTV Live, I believe for a promotion called ICW, which is, I think, the Florida-based ICW. But this is the ICW that you're all thinking of that is from the UK, but there is also one in Florida, so yeah. You'll see the blood here, but yeah, this is why you don't. And I've been mentioning this as like my prime example. I've used Goldberg smashing his hand through real glass as well as like a most well-known example of why you don't use real glass, but and also I think Shane McMahon at one point where that was just a freak accident, but this is the reason I use this.
They're saying it's over. It's over.
Got one last replay at the end.
Want you to pay attention right here to Cruel's arm. Because he's going to get a plane. Oh, wait. Hold on, wait a minute.
Angle, you could basically see it slice him.
There it is, right there. This is why you don't use real glass.
When that window broke, that big-ass piece hit him right in the shoulder. Cut the living fuck out of him. I slowed it down and zoomed in.
It absolutely scarred that entire bicep. To the point it cut it like legitimately
zoomed
open.
in and slowed down.
You'll see right there. Look at this.
There's one more
I want
shot
everybody
of
to
this
look
angle.
at this.
Super zoomed in and slowed down.
And this is why I'm on Punk's side regardless. That is a chunk of his skin. That's a chunk of Mads Kruger's skin coming off his body from getting real glass like cutting him. Now, this is a bring your own fans weapons match, and the idiot in this particular clip, the fan in question, he basically, long and short of it, I mean, he basically tried to put like a fake glass sticker on real shower pane glass, and that's how he was able to get away with it, and they couldn't tell the difference. So, fuck that guy, number one. You know. And I won't be the only fan I call out either, I'm sure. And I'll be real with y'all. This is going to be an unfiltered Jay Hebert side of things. I'm not going to fucking pull any punches. I'm going to be calling people out. Because I really don't give a fuck. I really don't. I really don't anymore. I have no reason to. And I figured if I'm going to have a last podcast as to why, there's multiple reasons. It's not even just the Punk situation. But it is definitely the straw that broke the camel's back. Now, fast forward to after he says, it's real glass, Crimea River, during the All-In match, which I showed you a great example as to why you don't do that. Jack Perry shoulder bars Punk, which Punk then returned with a fucking full-on pie face. Jack Perry then charged right at him after he got physical with him. Even though in the court of law, if this was to ever get brought into court, if what is to be believed is true, Punk is in the right because he shoulder barged him. So, he started the physical altercation. Nevertheless, Punk locked in a guillotine choke, and a monitor fell on Tony Khan. Tony Khan was screaming for Punk to let go, and he screamed right back at him, I quit. Now, mind you, this is after the rough week he's already had. He goes and has a full-on argument with Tony Khan, said this place is a freaking shit zoo. And not like the dog. Samoa Joe had to calm him down. He's like, we got 81,000 people in here. We gotta put on a match here, please. Like, you want to do something after the fact? You want to fucking leave here? It don't matter to me, but, seriously, like, we need you to go out there. So, Punk comes out there visibly frustrated after the encounter. He has the match with Joe. He waves goodbye to the UK crowd, which is eerie looking back at it now. And he goes to the back. And that is the last time you will see CM Punk in professional wrestling again. Or at the very least, that's definitely going to be the last time I see him in pro wrestling again. Fast forward to when they get into the back. Miro and Punk. They check in on each other, and Miro goes to him. Hey, what the hell happened? He's like laughing, chuckling. I don't know. You want to fight me too? He said, yeah, sure. Let's take it out back, bud. They laughed it off. They joked, and then they walked away. Punk then went to AEW security and asked, would it be easier at this point with all the heat I got on me to stay in this arena in the stadium, or should I just go back to my hotel room? The way security basically worded it is, we're not forcing you to leave, but it would probably be best if you do. Punk agreed. Jack Perry was by this point already kicked out of the arena after he was let go out of the guillotine choke. So then after the show, Punk ordered Nando's for talent he was meeting with after the show for a job well done in what should be remembered for as the biggest professional wrestling show of all time, or one of the. And instead, because of the drama backstage, and because people really didn't want Phil Brooks involved anymore, constant pressure from the locker room, constant pressure from the IWC, and constant pressure from people who just generally did not like Phil Brooks, including apparently a legal team, which I buy as a bullshit excuse, and you know it is, Tony. Sorry. Calling you out too. That led to Punk's firing on Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock p.m. And then Tony said that it was because he was in fear of his life. And I find that absolutely hilarious, because if you were in such fear of your life, you would have fired the guy right then and there. But you didn't, and you kept him around for 6 days on pay. So they kind of nipped that in the bud. Fuck off, Tony. Sorry, if you people don't like that opinion, it's not an opinion. It's fucking fact. You don't keep somebody around for 6 days if you are in fear for your life. He was made to feel like he was in fear for his life. Give me a fucking break. Sorry. Like, dude, I had people that were worse, 10 times worse, that I had to deal with in my lifetime than you ever will in your entire career. Punk having a monitor fall on you was the least of your problems. Still is. But I digress. As one Noah Foster would say. Yeah. That was the story. The context for the Jack Perry and CM Punk altercation, which I did forget. This stems back from an incident that happened at a Collision taping, which got him sent home and Christopher Daniels sent home. That also involved him wanting to use real glass to write himself off from a segment because he wanted Hook to put him through a real pane glass window of a car, which Punk said absolutely fucking not, after management had already told Jack Perry, we'd rather you not. And Jack Perry basically just said, fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. So, yeah. That's why the altercation even took place. That's why Jack Perry went in front of the world, in front of millions of people, and said, "Real glass, cry me a river." Yeah, that whole bullshit. So yeah, 2 days before All Out, or a day, not even a day before All Out, he's fired, and that was bullshit. And I made a brash decision at first. I will fully admit that it was a brash decision at first. I said I'm done with pro wrestling, and I was doing it like out of nowhere, making the brash decision. I quit Jeff shit immediately on the spot. Not because I dislike Jeff. Jeff Meacham has been nothing but amazing to me, and amazing to Noah, and amazing to JJ, and quite frankly, JJ's been nothing but amazing to me. So it had nothing to do with these guys. Love them to death. Jeff especially. He's been very supportive of my decision from jump. Which I very much appreciate if you're watching this, Jeff. So, yeah. I mean, this was I'm explaining the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm going to be going into more detail as to why I'm gone. But this is my brass decision was after Punk was gone and in the way he was dismissed, I was bullshit. You guys will notice that as the watch-along of Collision was happening, and even before then, I was beyond pissed, to the point I pissed Johnny, Star, and Jack off. Kuzon. And, no, that wasn't an inside joke. That was just fucked up words, to be fair. Don't come after me. Sorry, Kaz. Sorry, Jack. But yeah, no. I even snapped at him because I was just so fucking pissed. And, it was one of those things where I was just gonna do shit and then ask apologies after. Which, isn't great, admittedly. But it's what I did. So I will say that's my bad. Genuinely, and I am sorry for that. I will just straight up apologize for that on the air to both Johnny and Jack. Because they didn't deserve that wrath. But I was pissed. So wasn't really thinking rationally at that point. But what really kind of set me in a path where, no, this is not a brass decision at all. Like, I gotta be done. As we're doing Collision, and I hear the reasoning for Punk's termination from Tony Khan's lying-ass mouth. Another millionaire in wrestling you can't trust. Who would have fucking figured? Yeah, I mean every word of that. Give me my fucking friends my royalties. Thanks. If not, fuck you. Bye. Not really a joke. Halfway joking this time. Especially with how much I helped you. So, yeah. I mean, he says that about Phil, and then I see the depressed Chicago crowd right at the top of the hour, to which is being, the crowd is being amplified for the people who are cheering and making noise, to make it sound like the crowd is into it. I'll never forget seeing the face of Aubrey Edwards looking miserable. Holding up the trios titles for Billy Gunn, the Acclaimed, and... yeah, for Billy Gunn and the Acclaimed. When she had that face, I knew I was done. Because that woman's a genuine sweetheart. And to see her that upset fucked me up. I can't do it anymore. I've seen that too many times with other people. I just can't do it anymore, man. I really can't do it anymore. That was it. That was really it. I mean, the Punk stuff was like the straw that was going to make me take a break regardless. This just made me say, no, compromise this shit to a permanent end. So that's really what it is. And it's not the only reason. I mean, the last week was enough. I mean, we had lost, as I said, Wyndham Rotunda, who is also a sweetheart of a guy who wasn't even getting into his prime of his career yet, in the prime of his life. He just had 2 daughters with JoJo. He was about to get married. And this is where I start calling people out because I don't care anymore. You can fight me after, because they deserve to get called out on this bullshit. Don't care if it happened in the private chat or not. Fucking Virtue. You know, he like an asshole, regardless if he apologized or not is irrelevant. Like, just regardless if he did, I couldn't give a shit. I don't believe his apology is genuine for this. Sean Ross Sapp, as everybody knows, confirmed, straight up confirmed, that Bray Wyatt died, and the reasons he died, and that it was via a heart attack in his sleep, to the point he was so on the money that TMZ then reported it. Now, this is before TMZ reported it, so because Sean said it, for those who don't know, Sean Ross Sapp and Virtue apparently have beef. He said something outrageous on Twitter, but basically along the lines of, man, it's really a shame that everybody takes what these rumors and news sites say for seriously, especially when it comes to the death of a beloved figure in wrestling. Disgusting. It's essentially what he said, and it was clearly a fucking dig at Sean Ross Sapp. He said one rest in peace thing to Bray Wyatt, and I think Terry Funk also. And then the rest was just shitting on AEW and WWE and just whatever. Just basically being a nuisance online. Including to Sean. He sends the tweet in the NoDQ review group chat, to which Jeff says, knowing Sean like I fucking know him, this tweet cannot be anything else but accurate. And for those who don't know what that implies, Sean is very good friends with the DiBiase family, listen to me. The Wyndham Rotunda family. I'm thinking of the DiBiases because IRS Mike Rotunda. He's very good friends with the Rotunda family, and just Wyndham's family in general. So, this was a fucking really hard one for him. And just for everybody that loved Bray. And despite logic and reason, like, and right, let's just say the hypothetical that Virtue was correct. Okay, great. Why? When was that the fucking time, David? When was that the fucking time? You tell me how that was at all appropriate, even if he happened to be wrong in his report. Which he wasn't, by the way. But even if he was. Like, if Dave Meltzer, and I've criticized how he's handled that entire Punk situation, and he's just as guilty as any. But seriously, if I was still doing this shit after this crap, which I'm not going to, but if I wasn't going to shit on Dave Meltzer if, say, like, Kenny Omega passed away. And he got a report wrong on how he died, right? Like, I'm not going to fucking shit on him because even if he got it wrong, it ain't the time of or the fucking place, period. It just isn't. So he sends a tweet as to what, did you read what I said? Read the tweet. Very sarcastically to Jeff. And then just said, did you read Sean's tweet? With a very brilliant clapback, which showed evidence that he's friends with the DiBiase family. To which then Virtue goes on this fucking tirade to where he still has this beef with this guy. For God knows, for whatever goddamn reason. And I'm just like, okay. Fuck you. You fucking prick. This is no longer Virtue the character like you've been trying to portray all these years. No, this is just David the person. This is the person behind Virtue saying this shit. Because you couldn't fucking deal with somebody calling you out on your shit over what I'm sure was just basically borderline harassment, which you do every fucking day on Twitter. And he didn't appreciate it, and so he fucking responded and clapped back to you. Thought you wanted the attention, Virtue. Apparently not. You say good publicity is bad publicity, but when it came to Sean Ross Sapp and what he said about you 2 years ago, when Wyndham Rotunda passes away and he reports on the death and he actually has the inside scoop because he's friends with the family, man, you really took that to heart somehow. Really just couldn't get over your fucking petty bullshit for just one day. To mourn the loss of a family man. Yeah, fuck you. And fuck the horse you rode in on. I have no respect for you as a person. I have no respect for you as a content creator. And I have less respect for you in general. After that fucking bullshit. The minute he said everything he said and said that tirade about Sean Ross Sapp in the group chat, and I couldn't even fucking tell you everything he said, and I'm not going to leak those DMs because there's really no point. I don't really fucking want to watch the conversation again, to be honest. I fucked off and left the group of NoDQ review. This is a week before the Punk bullshit, just to put this in fucking perspective. Like, a lot of this shit happened back to back, really. So yeah, I mean, that was one of the major reasons I wanted to be done, is because he's not the only one that gets fucking toxic in this line of work. And I'm guilty of it myself sometimes. Hell, we did a whole podcast on open mic night with the two MIKEs, not the MIC. You know, we talking about the toxicity of the IWC and how it's ruined professional wrestling. I saw Mike being done pretty much then on, really. He did, you know, really, I felt, and really looking back on this, I was forcing people to do shit they didn't really want to do. And they were only doing it because they were friends with me. And not necessarily WYW, because that's all something we're passionate about, but retros, wrestling period, any watch parties, any of this. Which is why I canceled the watch parties after All Out, by the way. Which the last one will be airing after you see this. It's sad. It really is. It's very sad. It's not great. You know, it's just, it's toxic everywhere. It's not even just Twitter. Everybody just uses Twitter because that's the flavor of the month that everybody just wants to attack the app for because it's X now. Like, it's on Instagram too. It's on Facebook. I've seen it on Facebook long before I ever saw it on Twitter. Dude, it's a cesspool on Facebook. You know, and it's just, my feed was always riddled with this fucking negativity. And not because I chose to. You know, I probably subscribed to some stuff that was negative, but over time, it just started getting way more analyzed, way more critical, way more fucking all this shit. And because there was so much critical analysis, and because it was just a bunch of hardcore fans, for lack of a better term, jerking each other off, because I don't know how else you could really say it. Everybody just could not get along, even though they were arguing about the same points. It came down to be politics. Really, it just feels like politics has overrun the business to the point where it cannot get past its own bullshit. And the reality is, we already deal with that enough in the real world. Why do we tune into any form of entertainment? To escape from that bullshit. And really, I mean, the CM Punk and Elite drama has been a 365-day never-ending nightmare, really. Over and over and over and over and over again. And it was just fucking unbelievable. It just wouldn't stop. And it was just negative on both sides, and there was no compromise. There was very few people like me, like the boys on Open Mic Night, just Alex Central. There's probably a few others I'm forgetting, but there were few and far between of us saying that either fire all of them or bring them all together in a room and say, let's do business here. Let's get it. Let's let bygones be bygones, and let's do this shit in one shape or form or another. Depending on who you were listening to, they'd say it in a screaming manner. Some people would say it in a calm manner. On and on and on. Depends on who you listen to. But there was a lot of people saying the same thing. And it just fell on deaf ears with Tony, and it fell on deaf ears with pretty much both sides, it feels like. It really does. I'll commend Punk for at least trying. Kenny as well, Kenny Omega, for at least doing it and actually making amends with Punk at the New Japan show that one time. Can't think of anything else. I really can't think of another time where any member of the Elite was even conversating with Phil Brooks. So it's just a never-ending nightmare, and again, overanalyzing, overcritical thinking, always overthinking shit. To the point where I was starting to do it. You know, I just kind of became molded by this bullshit and just kind of did it by association. And that's what a lot of our content is like when it comes to wrestling. We're really no different than any other goddamn podcasting platform on YouTube, and they probably get like tens of millions of views before we do. I mean, when your market is so oversaturated with all the inner workings of wrestling, and it's more about the behind the scenes drama than it is about what the fuck is going on screen. And everybody says, well, WWE isn't like that right now. It will. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with WWE. I've seen it happen with TNA. I've seen it happen with AEW now. You cannot escape it one way or the other. It's a never-ending cycle of drama-related news, rumors, headlines, whatever the fuck it is. That'd be, honestly, pro wrestling now is like me, like, as a hypothetical, and this is a dramatic example, but, like, if I was to sit down and watch Avengers Endgame, and then the person that's acting as Thanos just cuts a shoot promo on the guy playing Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr., for being a misogynistic piece of shit drug addict. It's essentially the equivalent. I mean, what the fuck? Like, that takes you out of the movie. Well, this isn't what I fucking signed up for. And by the way, I'm not saying Robert Downey Jr. is or isn't. I'm not saying he is, and even if he was, it's none of my business anyway. I'm just using a dramatic example for dramatic effect. But that's essentially what it is. And it's like, wrestling, we're the only type of entertainment that just lets the shit fly because we just do. Like, oh yeah, blend reality in with the fiction and then just make that the storyline, and then I think that's what we were trying to get the Elite and Punk thing to do, and then over time you just didn't care about it more. You cared about it less and less because they clearly didn't want to get along, but we kept holding out hope and wanted to hold on to one last beacon of hope, especially after a show like All In. And then one of the worst possible results could fucking happen. One of the sides get fired and not the other. The worst possible scenario. I would have said the same thing if the Elite got fired and Punk wasn't fucking gone. Honestly. Especially when you consider the Elite started the company. So, that wouldn't have been great either, and I would have fucking been tuning out and been done. Because how are you going to replace those guys? How are you going to replace those EVPs? But the solution was not to fire Phil either. And I think a lot of people want to criticize, Punk for how he handles his stuff, but he really only reacts to what's being done to him. And whether it's wrong or right, and I'm not saying it is, Lord knows, you saw it in my episode a few episodes back. I said as much, that it was wrong place, wrong time. It sucked. That was the worst timing you could have done that ever. And regardless, the Elite never should have busted down his fucking door and then injured his poor dog. Shouldn't have happened. But it did. So yeah, man. I mean, just drama after drama, man. And it was going on for months. It's been going on for years. Decades even, really. I'm tired of it. I really am. One of the things, going back to Punk real quick, I think there are two type of people in here, There are people, and this is really the reality of it. There are people who will defend CM Punk to the nth degree, no matter what, like a Jim Cornette, which I've also eviscerated on this very podcast, and absolutely against the Elite. And then there are going to be people, and he knows this because I've directed him, so please don't make a big deal out of it than it already is. But Josh Mansfield, who want to see Punk's head on a swivel, metaphorically speaking, and want him fired and want him gone. And there's no in between. There's no fire all of them or fire none of them. And get along. Or at least not enough of it. And I told Josh as much. I said I think the way you handle that shit is not. It's very counterintuitive to our faith as well, because I was raised Catholic. I know he's definitely raised Catholic, and it's completely counterintuitive. How do you, and that's another thing that really made me dumb with this whole shit with wrestling. It's like, how are we all supposed to move on when you cannot forgive a person for fucking up and making a brutal mistake? And even then, this mistake was minimal compared to what people have done in the past. Like, Edge committed adultery with his best friend's wife, and Matt Hardy was fired for it. And they still freaking came back and worked together because Vince sat him in a room and grabbed the ring by the balls. Another case, Benoit Sullivan and that whole freaking feud back in WCW with Woman and all that. Essentially, like that was probably worse than Matt Hardy and Edge, quite frankly. considering the circumstances, especially if you hear if you believe in the rumors of what Sullivan was doing to Nancy. And Benoit and Sullivan still work together. So much so that Sullivan championed Benoit to be the champion just to keep him around in WCW. Like, it's just... And I could probably go on and on and on. There's Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair as well. Like, that whole debacle from a couple years ago. Like, there's been so much worse. So many worse cases of just unprofessional conduct and just immoral things that have happened. Freaking Nick Gage of all... Like, Nick freaking Gage robbed the bank. And he came back, changed his ways for the better, and became a better person. They're treating this guy like I treated Jeff back in... When he got the last DUI, the recent DUI, which was back in 2020, and I ranted on Talk Wrestling about it. Like, he was like, everybody was treating Punk like he was Jeff Hardy that day. And they would not let it go. They let the Jeff shit go immediately. I couldn't even believe that or fathom that, because, like, legitimately he could have killed somebody. And we figured out a way where he could, still perform and not drink anymore. It would require some, watch episode, Indy Force episode 26 to find out how it is. But, because Lord knows we're not going to be doing another Indy Force. And again, I'm going to get to programming notes in a minute because so much is going to be changing. But, I digress. Back to my original point, it's like, how do you just, if the mistake doesn't really fit the crime, can we, can we just not give people chances anymore? Can we not be human, or do we have to be perfect beings all the goddamn time? And if the answer is yes, then okay. That's unrealistic. But if that's what makes you sleep at night, I guess more power to you. I don't see how that's realistic. And Punk is just told, no, we're not forgiving you. Much like they did with Cody Rhodes. And I dealt with that whole debacle as well, and that pissed me off. And not that necessarily the fact that he was back in the WWE, but the fact that he left something that he genuinely was helping build into a juggernaut, and he had to leave it because of the same shit that's happening with Punk now. Punk was just more vocal about it. I think we can all come to the conclusion that, no, you fucking ran Cody off. And then Cody, the shit with WrestleMania this year made me stop watching WWE altogether when I really, really wanted to get back into it. And then the Endeavor merger happened. And again, said I was going to call people out. Not going to fucking pull punches. Not going to. Don't care anymore. I was allowed to fucking voice my frustrations on WWE Aftershock. And I made a point to say Triple H is not going to last. Right? Or that was my initial point. What the hell makes us think that he won't be let go just like they did Bischoff and Eric Bischoff and Paul Heyman? And it's just like, I was, screaming my head off, admittedly. And, I was shitting on it. And maybe that was part of my problem. Maybe I gotta call myself out on that too, because I was just so fucking angry about it. But, at the same time, I wasn't yelling at Chris. I was yelling about the situation with Vince being back at all. Which we were all in agreement on anyway that it would have been a bad thing. But because I said Triple H is going to be driven out of the company somehow, some way, I think Chris asked, just because it happened one time doesn't mean it's going to happen every time. And then I said, we've seen this happen over and over again with Eric Bischoff and Paul Heyman. We've seen him fire people and use them as scapegoats before. I don't see this being any different. And he asked me, is he going to fire Triple H? You really think he's going to fire Triple H? And I said, yeah. And he said, no, that's bullshit. That's stupid. Don't be that dense. Don't be that dense. Now, it still bugs me. I ain't gonna hold you, Chris. It still fucking bugs me, and I think your apology is kind of worthless. I do. But you did apologize, and in the moment I accept it. So, watered her under the fucking bridge, but if I'm gonna fucking talk about it, I'm gonna talk about it, all of it, and I'm not fucking pulling back either. I'm not pulling punches. I'm making this a nuclear bomb. I want nothing to do with pro wrestling anymore, because this is the type of shit that it does. It just makes people divisive, it makes people angry, myself included, and it just goes to shit. It goes to shit. There's no understanding. And the people that do want understanding, they get sucked in the fucking whirlwind of misery too. Like myself. Whether my intentions are good or not. You know, and that's not even touching on what happened with Kota Ibushi in New Japan with fucking Gato sexually assaulting him and those allegations. That's not even talking about how the cartel are in bed with wrestling promotions in Mexico, and in Japan there's the freaking what do you call it, the Yakuza still in bed with the freaking, you know, Japanese wrestling promotions, and just, you know, people that died way too young, people that I've seen that I still get scarred by and still have to, like, relive those days, not in a good way either. The pandemic from a couple years ago, which was such a hard thing to fucking even sit through half the goddamn time, and I was only doing it because I believed in AEW and what they're doing. I don't anymore. I don't believe in any goddamn wrestling company anymore, which is why I'm fucking out ski. But yeah, I mean, dude, just over and over and over again, and there's just something. There's always something, and there's always something to bitch about, and there's always something to complain about, and it's never good enough. Somebody has to bitch and moan. Somebody. Like, to the point where it brings out the worst in people, and it just happens over and over and over again. And to the point where we've seen people die via suicide because of it. Don't believe me, look at Daphne. Don't believe me, look at Hana Kimura. I'm worried that Scott Colton is next. Colt Cabana. Regardless if he fucked up or not, and trust me, with that Punk podcast, he did. But fuck me if he's gotta be feeling like absolute shit. If I was in his shoes, I sure would. Maybe he doesn't. I'm hoping he doesn't, because it really isn't all of his fault. You know? But, I mean, especially even if it was, he's got to move on and just gotta own that and just try to move on. You know, you don't have growth unless you move on from it. And again, it's just, I'm just worried for him, because we've seen it happen with other people that have been criticized and heavily hurt. I saw it happen with Rhea Ripley not too long ago, this year. Her fucking aunt died. And some asshole on Twitter had to just be a dickhead and say some crazy ass shit about her in a time where her grandmother passed away. And this is after she already reamed out fans for shoving pictures and shit in her face and whatever at the airport to sign, just so they could sell it on eBay or Amazon or whatever the fuck. It's just non-stop negativity now. And bless Noah for being able to shut that shit out as much as possible. I hope he maintains that. I really do. Bless you, my friend. Seriously. Because you're the only one that does it right. And I tried and I couldn't. I have to cut this shit to cold turkey because I'm too empathetic sometimes for my own good. Again, look, man, I called out a lot of people. I normally don't do that, but, like, there are people that don't have a lot of empathy for certain people, and I just think it's kind of gross. You know, I really do. I think that's one of the biggest problems, you know, with the IWC. Fucking, you know, here's another example. Fuck it, I'll take shots at everybody, because I don't care. What do I care? JD from New York just shitting on Denise Salcedo's parade. Dude, what did she ever fucking do to you? Why should I even care what she did to you or what you perceived she did to you? Because she actually gets invited to fucking media scrums because she's not trying to start an argument and you always do? Because you are so much of a perfectionist that you have to have it your way or the highway and nobody else can have a different fucking opinion and you can't work together on shit. You just have to... Oh, I don't get invited to scrums, but she does because she kisses ass. That's this whole fucking argument. I shouldn't fucking know that. I shouldn't give a shit. Why does that have to be on my fucking timeline? Why should I give a shit about what two podcasters ever say about each other? Why should I give a shit? Fans argue with fans. Wrestlers argue with fans. Wrestlers argue with other wrestlers. It's just shit. It's awful. I've never seen an industry more toxic than pro wrestling. Never in a million years. And fuck me, we've dealt with Activision Blizzard. Seriously, folks. Like, that's the level, like, when Activision Blizzard's only, like, big thing is they make not the greatest games all the time, and they had a fucking scandal, which they fired everyone involved in, or mostly everybody involved in. Jesus Christ. When you're worse than that, considering the scandal that they were busted for, that's horrible. When you're worse than the My Little Pony fandom, and I say that because most of the My Little Pony fans aren't fucking pedophiles, right? But the ones that are, and they make a big deal out of it in the media. But most fans of that aren't pedophiles. Fuck me. Like, wrestling is just full of fucking shithouse. It's a shithouse. Really. Like, I can't find one redeeming quality except for the shit that people are putting out on TV, and then it gets shit on, and then they fucking try to fire back, and then it's just back and forth, and then it's like the people I think are good, oh, now they're getting into drama. Like, fucking Booker T is a prime example, and how the IWC just takes everything he says ever out of context. They do it with tons of people, not just with Booker, but it's like, it's endless. It's fucking endless. It really is. The Punk shit is just really the straw that broke the camel's back for me. It's really it. I mean, I've really wanted to just leave this shit cold turkey for a long time and abandon it. I just didn't know how you guys would feel because that's how I built my audience. That's how I built my reputation on this platform for 10 plus years, quite frankly. Was fucking wrestling. And music that involved wrestling themes. Or wrestling personalities. That's how I got my name here. You know, so... Shit, man. I mean... That's hard to leave. Especially when it's all you've known for like the last 2 decades. But the reality is, I'm not getting any younger. I'm not. I'm 20. You gotta remember, folks. I'm about to turn 28 at the end of September. Right? I feel like I'm 40. I feel like I've aged 10 years because of all the shit I've gone through with pro wrestling. I really do. Like, I'm not fucking around. Like, I really don't feel like I'm physically my best at all. I know that's like a meme where it's like, I'm too old for this shit. I'm tired. I'm 28. I'm about to be 28, and I'm tired. It was 27 back then. I said it over and over again, and it was a meme at that point. But no, I'm like, when I say that, as memed as it's become, I'm serious, guys. Like, I feel just tired all the time. Exhausted. Dude, I went to a friend's party and I fell asleep because of how overworked I made myself covering this horse shit. I really was. Because I just wanted wrestling to be what I grew up with as a fucking child. You know? And I think if social media wasn't around, I think it could be that. But social media ain't going anywhere. So either it goes or I go. And I know which one's easier. Even though it's still going to be hard as shit. He really, like, this sucks. When it's been 2 decades of your life and you've seen it morph and change and not do great, and you've threatened to quit, and you've threatened to leave, like, apparently Mike has kept tally, like, 14 times. I think it's fucking over-exaggerated, but it was definitely a lot of times where I've threatened to fucking quit. Dude. Why would I want to stick around with this? Like, I had an opportunity. I have golden tickets to probably go to any wrestling company that I want to. You'll never catch me dead working for wrestling. You'll never catch me dead doing wrestling, period, if I get my way. Which leads into the rest of everything, really. Don't have much I can plug. Other than Character Select, which I definitely want to do. WYW, which is still going to be an ongoing thing, and it will be the only piece of wrestling content I personally work on. And 2 different retros that I already pre-planned and put in the schedule. That I already said I was going to do and made an announcement I was going to do, because I'm not a guy who false advertises. Because I actually give a fuck about the little views that we actually get. And then this and the watch party and the wrestling rundown. If that is even going to fucking happen at this point, because if we can get enough people that Zero's hosting. What's the fucking point? All of our content's based around wrestling. You know, like, really break it down. Like, even Indie Force has wrestling topics every now and again. And I think at this point, none of us really want to do FTW Productions because of a lot of this fucking bullshit. I'm not passionate about it. I know Mike's done with it. I know Nikos is done with it. Jack has been done with it. He's just kind of done it to humor me. You know, and fucking a lot of people are just done. Zero was ready. He was excited, and then
shit happened. I mean, really, shit happened there too. Y'all know the story. I mean, it was obvious. I'm not gonna even call out anybody and fucking start any more drama because I'm tired. And again, if you know, you know. And unlike the fucking last few people that I fucking actually called out that I've worked with in the fucking past, I actually have a high level of respect for how they handle their shit, even if they disagree with each other. It's just fucking, it's a lot, man. It really is a lot to deal with. And I've been dealing with it for 2 decades. I've probably been dealing with it a little bit longer and not even realized it. Like, just to put it in perspective for you people, like, the first wrestling event I ever saw when I was super little was 1997. The Montreal Screwjob. That was my first exposure to this shit. I mean, fuck me. You know, when that's your first exposure, and then, like, you see where I've gone with it, and really, I've gotten nowhere with the podcasting shit. I mean, people cared more about my theme edits than they did my my podcasting. But I'm gonna be real with you folks. If you're like, well, why don't you go back to what made you popular? I have no passion to do anything wrestling other than WYW. That's what I'm truly passionate about. Even if it gets less views than fucking the WYW or just the theme edits do. Really, like, even if that gets less views, I couldn't give a shit. Seriously, I have no desire to cover any modern wrestling ever again. Because it has left me mentally and physically exhausted. I'm tired of being angry all the time. And wrestling always pisses me off. It always finds a way to grind my fucking gears. It really does. Even when I try to be the most positive fucking person ever, I turned out I'm an idiot. Or something just, they just keep berating you with negativity and negativity until you just finally fucking snap. And I've snapped far too long to give a fuck anymore. Really. And truthfully, the only reason the watch parties even existed was because we had advertised it, number one, with Collision and All Out. And number two, because I wanted Tony Khan to hear what the fuck he has done to this industry with the firing of Phil. And how he thinks it's going to solve this issue, when in reality it's a small issue that's a microcosm of a bigger problem within the industry. You know, and the whole thing that Jack and I argued about was because he said it's not that deep when I said I was just done with it. I disagree because I think, you know, if you saw Aubrey's face, you'd be like, oh man, oh, this kind of sucks seeing something like that, you know? But even then, it's just like, it's a deep-rooted issue within this community. It really is. And I think it really do get why John Tuddy left. And really, like, I can't even get the guy to do voice acting work, you know, for the life of me. I can't. I've called him. And I think it's just because he's completely detoxed himself from pro wrestling. He wants nothing to do with it. There are times where we get him on a retro and then we talk about stuff and then we don't see him for like another month because he's got bigger fish to fry, quite frankly. Congratulations, by the way, on the marriage, my good sir. You know, but like, shit, man. Like, God knows how much content we've done. Seriously, like, and it's just some iteration of the same bullshit we complain about. It really does feel that way. I'm tired of it. I really am. I'm tired of it. You know, and God bless Jeff and Noah, because while I don't blame any of them, JJ too, while I don't blame any of them mostly, even the guests we had on, you know, like, something negative most weeks. Like, maybe, like, you know, and that's it. Like, the only time, like, and I'm not even kidding, like, there is no reason for me to go into something and just be hearing any negativity about an industry that I just don't have any passion for and don't have any love anymore. And this is not against the workers. This is not against the people I've worked with. Even the people that I've had issues with. The people I've called out on this podcast. I'm just sick of all of it. I am. And, you know, it's just, I want to have fun. And I'm not getting any younger. I want to go out and I want to explore my opportunities. I want to go and get a fucking job that's decent paying, that is this line of work. Editing, video making. Hell, getting an entry-level position at a fucking studio or something. Like, something. I have a fucking bachelor's degree, for crying out loud. You know, like, I don't even say that to brag. It's just like, I've wasted my life, I feel like. So much of my life on pro wrestling. And it's become a part of my identity that is going to be so hard to shake full on. But, like, you know what's fucking... And this is the fucked up part. Here's the fucked up part. I've never been more interested in Star Wars in my life because Mike... We were all just chilling and Mike was showing shit about Star Wars and I've never been more enthralled with it in my life. Because I felt relieved not having to even think about that shit. About wrestling. And I enjoyed what I was seeing because it was entertaining. It was lightsaber fights. It was backstory and lore and all that shit. And we were watching fucking the Nikos's like culture, even though it was just a bunch of people arguing about freaking Muslim politics and getting angry. It was intriguing. And it was like, oh, this is different, but also sad, but cool. I know not to deal with that. And you know what the funny thing is? Even if it was negative, boop, went right on to Star Wars. It's like, well, it was negative, but I don't have to fucking worry about it, so why do I give a shit? Bro, how often have we tried to move on from that Punk situation and it wasn't that easy? Just in context, people, like, you see my point? Like, that's what it is, you know? Fuck, Casey and I were listening to fucking AI covers. Listening to Frank Sinatra AI cover of, freaking Green Day, a Green Day song. I forget the name of it, but it slaps. Been listening to fucking Glorb and shit. Like, I'm just really interested in the AI stuff. You know, I have other interests, you know. Most people don't even realize it, but I love NASCAR. I gave, like, a little taste of it a couple weeks ago on Stat Boy Sports Bar. Like, I'm very much knowledgeable in what the hell's going on in NASCAR. You know, for the most part. I'm very much casual nowadays just because I think the management... very similar to how pro wrestling kind of ran me off. The management was a bit rough. And now the management's improved significantly since that time. But yeah, like... I'm a NASCAR guy, you know? I was an MMA guy. Really like the Fight Night games. You know, I am a gamer. I am a casual gamer, but I am a gamer. Like, I've played Fight Night, love the Fight Night series. I'd love to do a fucking Let's Play of shit like that. I'd love to do a Let's Play of the campaign in Fight Night Champions one day, and maybe that will be a Let's Play we all do together one day. If we do come back to FTW Productions, I'd just like the game, really. do button mashers, maybe exclusively. Like, really. You know, and I love I love Smash Brothers. Everybody knows how much of a fan I am of the PMEX Remix mod, you know, of Smash Brothers Brawl. I've made no secret about that, but I have other interests. NASCAR as well. I mean, I did gaming. I did a whole freaking Let's Play on the NASCAR 2004 season mode, and I had a blast, except for the end where Daytona Beach fucked me up, but, you know, pay no attention to that. You know, I just... And just talking about it, like, makes me smile. The Star Wars shit with Mike tonight and the fucking Greek stuff with Nikos. Freaking a week prior, we were laughing at Nikos's, there's, like, regalia that they wear, which they have afro shoes, and then they have, like, a weird, like, march. We were just going nuts about it and geeking. So was Nikos. So don't come at me. Don't say I'm a racist, because he was laughing too. But yeah, no, like, just, I don't know, like, shit like that. I'm into weather. I'm super into weather. Shit, man, like, me and Jesse, one of these days, maybe if I do come back with FTW and do shit on FTW, maybe that will what will be, you know? Her and I will do a weather show or some shit. Like, Jesse Davin, by the way, for those who were wondering. I know she's super into weather too. You know, and yeah, it's just, I'm way more interested in that shit. And don't get me wrong, I have wrestlers I like still. And again, I have wrestlers I dislike, but, like, it's nothing against the workers. This is management that just ran me off. It's not even just management. It's the IWC. It's the toxicity of it all. There's always something. And, like, there's bright moments where I enjoy it. And then, like, when you think you can enjoy something, like All In is a great example of this. Just when you think you can enjoy something, wham. You know, like, pretend this mouse pad is the rug, right? Whoom. Rug pulled right out from under you every time. You know, it's just frustrating, man. It really is. Like, All In... I wish that was my last wrestling show. If I didn't advertise it, it would have been. And that's another thing. I feel like there's always an obligation to do content like that. And I don't want to do that type of content anymore. Because it's just so fucking taxing and tiring. So... yeah, man, like, I have a lot of other interests that I don't think people are... I am interested in editing, quite frankly. Like, even if it was a wrestling production that I was editing for, right? And I'm specifically talking about friends of mine that I respect that I'm doing edits for. Like the NoDQ.com revamped intro, or for Aaron, and the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media, the Statboy Sports Bar intro, which does have pro wrestling elements sprinkled in there. The Open Mic Night intro. I just like to edit. Right? That's it. I'm a huge editor. Big time editor. Or I try to be. Semi-big. I don't know. But I, like, edit a lot. You know? Not, like, big as in, like, I'm a big time editor, but I edit a lot. I'm editing for stuff right now as we speak that I'm actually going to get paid for. So, like, I like editing. I really do. It's not even just something I want to do for a job. It's a hobby of mine. Really, it really is a hobby of mine. I love holding the camera. I love getting the good shots. I love all that shit. I like movies. Fucking Top Gun Maverick, still one of my favorite movies of all time. Oppenheimer was a great movie that the boys and I got to see when it came out in theaters, and like, man, this. On and on and on and on and on. Like, I could go on, for real. Yeah. Like, it's just... I got better interests. I got better things to do with my time. So that's what I'll be doing. You know, is try to figure out what I want to do content on and not be overcritical and not be a douchebag about it. And just enjoy life for a bit. Not be on camera as much. So, yeah, I mean, that said, I'm not on open mic night with the exception of karaoke nights, because I ain't missing those. Especially the holiday one. Fuck that. I'm not missing that for the life of me. But, Disney karaoke too. But I'm not on weekly open mic nights anymore. I'm not doing watch along coverage anymore. I already let Jeff Meacham know. He's been very supportive of that decision. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Like I just have no interest. You know. It's one of those things. One of those things, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a hard process, but it won't be as hard as I think. Hell, Mistress gave me a new hobby, ASMR. Never thought I'd hear myself say that, but like storytelling ASMR, I really like. So maybe I'll do something like that. Maybe I'll actually make this ASMR edits on this channel. Who knows? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Like, there's stuff that I do want to do. There's other interests that I have. Big time, you know? And I think that is sprinkled around there, but it's like I'm primarily known for wrestling. I just don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be known as the wrestling guy anymore. And it's going to be hard to shake that off, but that's why I'm taking the hiatus, you know? Because I know it's not going to be happening right away. Like, if I were to start content tomorrow and then change my entire outlook, that's going to be weird. I mean, the only thing that I have guaranteed is, like, character select, which is not a wrestling-related thing. That's a gaming thing. It's just letting AI beat the shit out of each other in fighting games that Zero and I are going to be launching. So, like, I don't have much I can promote on anything. On Jeff Meacham Network, on NoDQ, or FTW at all. Like, other than Noah will be doing FTW content and Jeff Meacham Network shit. Owen will be doing FTW related content. And then, other than that, I got nothing, bro. Like, I don't know what the future holds for FTW at this point. Mistress as well, Zero with the CAW shit. I don't know what else you got, really. Because there was so much wrestling involved. Like, almost a metric fuck ton of wrestling content. Yeah, man. Like, it's just... I don't know. I really don't know, but... You know... I remember Jeff Meacham... You know, and this is kind of what it is for me. It's like, he always talks about, like, with Punk, don't pretend that it's just the company that made you sick of wrestling. Just say the industry made you sick. I think the industry has made a lot of people sick. And I'm one of them. And you can't get better just staying stuck in the same industry that's caused you so much misery for so long. You know, it's like a never-ending abusive relationship. Lord knows I know how that feels like. So why continue to be abused by the industry that I used to love and clearly won't ever love me back? You know? So yeah. I think that's it. I think that's literally everything I got off my chest. I feel pretty damn good that I did. I'm sure I'll get some beef. Whatever. I'm going to ignore it. I'll block whoever wants to have beef with me on the Twitter. Or wherever. But yeah, that's another thing. For people who think I'm not taking this seriously and then I'm gonna be coming back. Oh, you'll be back, bro. Mike can confirm. I've been unsubscribing and fucking hitting the do not fucking subscribe. In fact, I'll do it right now. I'll do it with a couple. And by the way, when I show these, no disrespect to anybody that I unsubscribe to. In most cases, like don't think I'm just disrespecting you just because I really am trying to clean out all of my feeds, and I'm starting with like YouTube. So I'm keeping like old school legacy wrestling content, and I'm keeping it at that, and then any modern shit I'm getting rid of. So let's see here. Yeah, like Inside the Ropes. Love Kenny McIntosh, right? I do. I do love Kenny McIntosh, but here, you know what? Yeah, let me do this. Alrighty. See, don't recommend channel. Done. That's what I've been doing, man. Slowly but surely, it's gonna take me God knows how long, like months probably. But like I have been doing it. And again, no disrespect to any content creators on there. I know the grind. You know, whether it's a hobby or you're legit making money off it. Trust me, I know the grind to a degree. But yeah, man, like I no desire anymore. I'm tapped out. You know, and I think. You know, the moral of the story really is, like, the world is already going through enough bullshit. Don't harm people's enjoyment and constantly be a rain on people's parade. I need to get better at that my goddamn self. Not just with wrestling, but with other stuff. But no amount of anger management is going to help me. Really, until I get rid of the toxic shit in my life, whether it was intended or not. And wrestling has been the biggest cancer, and I need to remove it. And that's how it is. It's nothing to do with the workers. It's nothing to do with anybody. That's within the industry. It's just there's so much fucking negativity. And I'm just ready to do other shit. And actually have a life. Really. That's really what it comes down to. I don't know how else to put it, man. Just have a life. You know? I might not even have this backdrop anymore, now that I think about it. I might get rid of some of this shit. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it up just for aesthetic purposes if I'm ever on camera. But, like, yeah, man. I'm rambling on. But, before I do, I do want to say thank you all so much for all the support you've ever given us for FTW Productions, for Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media. Thank you all so much for even getting me to a point where I was doing stuff that I thought I loved, even if I was lying to myself. Like, you guys did help me in a lot of ways. Just watching my shit, commenting on my shit. You know, it always made me feel good and like, hey, you know what? That guy, I made that guy's day. I made that girl's day, you know? And as long as I did that somehow, some way, throughout all this fucking madness, I just want to say thank you. I do. So, yeah. For the first time in a long time, really. You won't be seeing me on Eddie J. Hebert's side. At least for a very long while. And when I do, it ain't going to be about pro wrestling. But until a very long time and in a very distant future, see you guys around. Really, you guys don't have to pay attention to this credit scene anymore. I'm realizing that there's stuff that I'm going to be plugging, I'm sure, but it's probably just legacy shit I've done in the past, so. Yeah, I mean, if you want to check that out, go ahead. But yeah, guys, see you around. I'm out.
You're taking back control. Yeah, you've got something to die for.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to another edition of NoDQ&A video here on NoDQ.com. I am the owner of NoDQ, Aaron Rift, here to talk about wrestling, here to answer some questions, so let's get right down to it. What do you think about Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff signing new deals with TNA Wrestling? Not really surprised. Given Dixie Carter's track record, I figured that TNA would sign Hogan and Bischoff to new deals. They signed Sting year in, year out. And it goes against what a lot of us believe, that TNA should be pushing new talent and focusing on the future, not the past. Now, I can see why they want to have Hogan around, but I think that Hogan and Bischoff have done all they're going to be able to do for TNA. And in some aspects, Hogan's helpful for TNA. I mean, I went to a Spirit Halloween store a few days ago, and they had a Hulk Hogan costume, and it had the big TNA logo on it. So things like that help out TNA, but beyond that, Hulk Hogan doesn't really bring much to the table. He can't wrestle anymore. He just comes out there and takes up all the TV time. He keeps saying, "It's all about the young guys now, brother. I'm going to step back and let them do their thing, Jack." And then, of course, he's in every single segment on Impact. So if it was me, I would have parted ways with Hogan and Bischoff at this point, but what can you say? They're going to be around as long as Dixie Carter sees them as big stars and sees Hogan as valuable to marketing TNA and getting the name TNA out there. Although I think that Hogan already got the name out there, and when Hogan came out for his first segment, 3 million people were watching. Now only half that watch on a regular basis. So what does that tell you? Speaking of the whole thing with TNA right now, Seeing that Vince Russo is no longer the head of the creative team in TNA and Brother Love is, do you see him doing a better job? The big news right now, Vince Russo no longer the head of TNA Creative. He has been replaced by Bruce Pritchard, aka Brother Love. Now, in my opinion, I think any change is a good change. TNA needs to get somebody new in there with new ideas and a new vision of where to go with the product. And apparently Vince Russo's still part of the writing team, which I'm fine with. Like we said before, he sometimes has good ideas, but he needs a filter. He needs somebody else to work with. So maybe this will be a positive. Time will tell, but I'm glad they're doing something. Doing something is better than doing nothing. Do you think Yoshitatsu needs a new theme to go with his new look? I haven't even seen his new look yet, so I don't know. If Zack Ryder gets a bigger push around WrestleMania, who would you have him face and how would you book the feud? I would put him in some kind of mid-card title match, like an IC title or US title. Maybe put him in there with Dolph Ziggler or somebody that he's been working with a lot as of late. And, you know, that would be fine with me. Hey, Aaron, do you think WWE would turn Jack Swagger or Wade Barrett into a power force like Brock Lesnar was? I feel that WWE is missing the big powerhouse. I know there's a Mark Henry, however, he is close to retirement and WWE needs a new fresh face. I could see them doing something with Wade Barrett in terms of making him a big powerhouse monster. They've already kind of dropped the ball with him. The thing with Lesnar is that they were pushing him as a monster right out of the gate. There was just no going back and forth with him being a main eventer and then just being some guy on the roster. He was the man from the day he walked in there. So it would take a lot to be able to get the fans to believe that Wade Barrett or Jack Swagger or somebody like that could be a powerhouse wrecking machine, whatever you want to call it. And with Mark Henry, it did take a while because he had that whole sexual chocolate gimmick, and for a long time he was seen as like a comedy, big, goofy guy. But now they're finally getting him over with the fans, and it took a while. Even the past few weeks, people were still chanting "What Adam?" So they still haven't really fully taken him seriously. Although it's starting to work now that Mark Henry's finally getting those big wins that he needs. So yeah, I mean, if they do it right, they could do something with a guy like Barrett or even maybe Swagger. Do you think Eric Bischoff's assessment that the IWC represents 10% of WWE's audience is correct? Or is it more or less? Yeah, it's about, I would say if you go to an average WWE show, about 5 to 10% of the people in that crowd are people that regularly go on the internet and check out the inside news and, follow up on all what's going on behind the scenes and all that. In terms of TNA, the percentage might be a little bit bigger because most of the people watching TNA are hardcore wrestling fans. You're not getting a whole lot of casual viewers. And so that's the whole irony there with Bischoff always knocking the IWC fans. The fact is, when you have 8,000 people buying a pay-per-view out of, 1.5 million viewers, that's mostly going to be your hardcore fans that are buying that pay-per-view. So yeah, it's just funny that Bischoff always knocks on those fans when those are the fans that are investing their money into the product. So there you go. Do the superstars divas have to get everything okayed by Vince and WWE Creative to have a beard or different look and stuff like that? Yeah, I think the divas need to get an okay from Vince to grow out a beard. Do you think WWE cares about the most fans? Do you think WWE cares that most fans are booing John Cena? I do not think they care as long as the money's coming in. If John Cena's merchandise is selling, then they're fine with people booing him. And the fact is, if people are making noise, that's also what counts. It doesn't matter if they cheer him, it doesn't matter if they boo him. If people buy a ticket and they're loud and they're enjoying themselves and they're making noise, then that's what counts right there. With Vengeance coming back to life, do you think any other old pay-per-views will ever get a chance to come back, i.e. Backlash, Judgment Day, etc.? Well, they got rid of Armageddon because it wasn't PG, and Judgment Day, I guess, is, too devilish or whatever. So maybe Backlash they could bring back at some point. I'd rather see that than Extreme Rules, just because I'm not a fan of the whole themed pay-per-views in the first place. I'd like to see King of the Ring come back, as I think I've mentioned before. and I can't even remember some of the other ones. So there you go. Hey Aaron, is WWE pumping fan heat into SmackDown? The cheers and boos always sound the same on the show, and the fans don't seem to be into the matches. Yeah, over the years, WWE has always pumped in chants on the taped shows. Sometimes more, sometimes a little bit. But yeah, they do it. TNA's been doing it a lot lately. And yeah, it hasn't really been that noticeable. I think like 5 or 6 years ago, it was more noticeable on SmackDown. It just depends on the crowd and the city they're in. If the people are reacting, then they don't really need to do the pipe in the cheers or boos. Or if people are reacting the wrong way, they might manipulate the cheers and boos. Hey Aaron, great show. If you were to choose, who would you make the Royal Rumble winner be? If it were me, I would choose either Sheamus, Jericho, or Miz. Well, I think it's really early to try to make a prediction on the Royal Rumble, but just going by last year, Del Rio was the guy that they were getting behind, and right now, my gut tells me they're really getting behind Sheamus right now as the top babyface, and I could see him winning it and then going on to face Mark Henry at WrestleMania if WWE does that long-term planning, which I think they should do, by the way. I'd like to see Mark Henry feud with Big Show and then feud with maybe Kane and then maybe face Sheamus at WrestleMania. Make the world title match mean something. Build up Mark Henry as champion. That's what I'd like to see, but a million things could happen between now and then. WWE could go through 100 different booking ideas, so it's really difficult to try to make a prediction at this point in time. All right, on that note, we're going to wrap things up here on NoDQ&A video. You could submit a comment at youtube.com/NoDQCAW. Who do you think is going to win the Royal Rumble at this point? I know it's early, but throw out some names. Who do you think? Sheamus, Jericho, Miz? Let me know. And stay tuned for more NoDQ&A video here on NoDQ.com.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Hello, my internet fans. We're here again on location for this latest edition of Stat Boy Rants. We are at the Lakewood Mall in Lakewood, California. Yet I'm wearing a Long Beach Clothing Company shirt. Thanks, guys. And I'm going to do a movie review for you guys. Now, if you caught the little hand gesture, I went and saw the Three Stooges, which I said I was going to do from the last movie review that Renegade and I did when we saw American Reunion. So, Three Stooges film, 2012, Farrelly brothers, Peter and Bobby Farrelly. These guys are good writers. They know what they're doing. Now, if you've been living under a rock for who knows how long and you have no clue who the Three Stooges are, then you are seriously out of the loop. You got to go all the way back to the 1920s when they first got their start. The 1930s, they got their movie career going. 1940s, 1950s, they made some movies in 1950s and 60s, and there you go. Look them up. I mean, get on YouTube, guys. It's not that difficult. You know, they were funny guys, you know. They made slapstick legit. You know, slapstick comedy is funny. I mean, depending on how the slap is done, and I'm talking over Selena Gomez. I love this place. I love Lakewood Mall, and I love Long Beach Clothing Company. But anyway, you know, when you throw in a pun and you throw in a slap, you cannot laugh. Those guys were comedic geniuses. Their timing was perfect, you know. And of course, the Foley effects. You know, you hit them in the stomach, there's that boom, grab the nose, honk. You know, the eye poke and all that. You know, the grab the ears and all that. The slaps and everything. So let's get to the movie itself. The movie starts out. Oh, by the way, if you don't want to know the plot, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next week. Listen to Selena Gomez for a few minutes. Hold on. I'm grooving. Yeah. Disney mark. Okay. The movie takes place mostly centered around an orphanage. And literally, 3 babies, Mo, Larry, and Curly, get left on the doorstep. The nun opens the bag and ding, there's the eye pock right there. Nun falls over a banister and whatnot. And here come the rest of the nuns. 2 of the nuns are played by Jane Lynch from Glee and Jennifer Hudson, the token. I hate using that word token, so she's the only black person. Well, the only black nun in the whole thing, and also the model from the Sports Illustrated issue, the swimsuit edition. Wow, she is hot. What is her name? I gotta get her name. Kate Upton. God, she's hot. And also Sofia Vergara, she's in it as well. So anyway, the babies are on the doorstep. They get sent into the orphanage. They grow up to be like 10-year-old boys. They're doing their shtick the entire time, and it's time to get adopted. And at first, Mo is the one to get adopted. So he starts to drive off in the car, and the parents say, you know, it's your birthday, because you're in our group, in our family. What do you want? And he says he wants Larry and Curly to come with him, but something happens in the end, and the boys stay at the orphanage, and somebody else gets adopted. They grow up, and then it becomes the Three Stooges shtick in the modern era. You know, they took a storyline where they have to save the orphanage because the orphanage is in serious debt, and basically they just take all the jokes and they throw them in there. You know, we'll work for food, you know, the sandwich board and all that and whatnot. Like I said, classic jokes, and like I say, every couple of minutes you get a slap, a poke, a fight breaks out, whatnot. The next storyline is that Sofia Vergara, if I am saying her name right, Yeah, Vergara, Vergara. She plays the gold digger, literally. She wants to bump off somebody and inherit a whole bunch of money. She tries to hire the Stooges. They get involved in it, and in the end, you know, all works out well for all three of them. You know, you get the iPhone joke. You get, you know, watch the trailer over and over again. Watch the old stuff. Now, the critics, you know, they kind of give it a bad rap, and in a way I can agree with them, you know, because the plot lines don't go anywhere in the beginning, so you kind of get lost, and then at the end they all mash together. They even invoke the Jersey Shore crew. So, you know, Snooki and JWoww and the situation, they all get invoked. Snooki gets eye poked and all that, which is just an excuse to give Snooki a job, because let's face it, after Snooki has her kid, who's going to want her around anymore? Nobody. At the end of the movie, the Farrelly brothers come out. Bobby Farrelly decides to show off he does the peck thing. And the peck thing, really? I mean, come on, Bobby Farrelly, what are you thinking? So he does his thing, and he shows the trick to the eye poke. And the trick is, you never aim for the eyes. You aim for the eyebrows. So when you go like that, you know, you aim right up here. That Mo Howard, back in the 70s, he would go on the Mike Douglas show. And he said, that's how you do it. You just go bing, just like that. Of course, the Farrelly brothers come in and say, you know, kids, don't go poking your parents in the eyes. Otherwise, you'll get a slap across the face, you know. Mo Howard was, after the Stooges were done in the 60s, and he didn't have much to do, you know, he had no choice but to go on the Mike Douglas, you know, show how to throw a pie and all that. He would tell the stories, how he loved his brothers. If you didn't know, Mo, Curly, and Shemp were all the brothers. They were all the Howard family. Here's another thing. The Three Stooges were Jewish, but in the movie, they are raised by Catholic nuns. Religion mismatch. Go figure that one out. Like I say, overall, it's a corny movie, but if you know the Stooges, you will like this movie. It's worth the money. Get the DVD when it comes out. And you know, the previews I saw were mostly animated. We got Ice Age 3 coming out. We have Madagascar 3 coming out. Step Up Redemption is one coming out. And there was one more that I can't remember right. Oh, The Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Dog Days. They made a third movie out of that. So mostly they were just kid previews. So the kids have something to watch when summertime comes around. Coming up next, movie-wise, May 4th, The Avengers. Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. You got Captain America. You got Thor. You got the Black Widow. You got Hawkeye. You got the Incredible Hulk. You got Sam Jackson as Nick Fury. How many Hollywood superheroes can you put in one movie and watch the egos go crazy? I will attempt to be there on opening night with Casa D18. And you know, then we get to go to Denny's afterwards. You'll get another movie review off of this one. You know, Avengers, it's Disney, so, you know, let's hope they don't screw that one up. You know, then after Avengers, I believe next year, Iron Man 3 is coming. So let's keep the franchise going with that. They had to get backing from the Chinese people. So, whatever that one is. Alright? Three Stooges, 5 stars, or a thumbs up, thumbs down. I will give it a thumbs up. It is definitely Statboy approved. Don't forget, Avengers, May 4th. Watch our channel. We'll put a review up probably around May 11th. Alright? We're done with this episode. Thanks for watching. Keep the comments coming, wrestling-wise or other. I'm done. Statboy out.
now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert. This is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone who coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mite or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better, or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills, to me, really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
this installment of Renegade of Wrestling. I am your host, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams, here to bring you the results of Battleground Pro Wrestling Spring Breakdown. All in all, top to bottom, it was a really good card. I'm not going to compare it to Extreme Rules because at the end of the day, you're comparing the minor leagues to the big leagues, and it's not fair to compare. Even if sometimes the minor leagues is better than the big leagues, it's still just not a fair comparison to make at the end of the day. But anyways, I apologize if I ramble a little bit too much on this episode. As I'm filming this, it is 9 minutes till midnight. I'm tired. My kid's asleep. So I'm going to just try to breeze through this as quick as I can without rambling too much. First match of the night, Pinky and his nobodies took on Foob Dog Seville and the mystery partner Mikey O'Shea. Team Foob ended up getting the victory clean. Really good way to open up the show. Nice back and forth action. The surprise seeing Mikey as the mystery opponent, considering he was already booked to wrestle later on in the night. So he did double duty at the end of the day. Small part of me wonders if that's because of his suspension last month. So, you know, he wanted to try and make it up to the fans. Mikey's just that type of guy. Second match of the night, we had Nick Madrid versus Rico Dynamite. Non-title, so Rico's Battleground Heavyweight Championship was not on the line. Rico ended up getting DQ'd at the end of the day. Nick Madrid picking up the victory. And we have been told that next month the two men will meet for the strap. What kind of match it'll be, don't know yet. At the very least, considering the fact that the match went to disqualification, I'd like to see a no DQ match. Just so that there's some kind of solid winner there. Partners took on each other. Levi Shapiro versus the Riv. We all wondered if this was the end of Circumsexy, but at the end of the day, it was just a battle of pride. Levi Shapiro getting the victory with a handful of tights. Riv got a little upset about it afterwards, and Levi had to tell him, it's like, hey, the reason I needed the tights was because I was fighting the Riv. He needed to cheat to win because he was that good. It was a little bit corny in that aspect, but at the end of the day, it was still a really solid match. And the match that was supposed to be the main event went on next. I'm not exactly sure why there was a shuffle around, but Famous B defended his West Coast Wrestling Company Heavyweight Championship against his teacher and mentor, Joey Chaos. Awesome contest. Easily one of the matches of the night. Great back and forth action. And Famous B ended up getting the victory in his first title defense for the West Coast title. The Greater Good took on the Working Dead and their mystery opponent, Tito Escondido. The Greater Good being the team of Jason Andrews and Simon Lotto, the Revolution, and their partner Jeremy Yeager, the Ring Warrior champion. Working Dead is the team of Chris Cadillac and B-Boy. Great brawl. Again, easily one of the matches of the night. These six men pulled out all the stops, and it was the Working Dead and Tito Escondido getting the victory at the end of the night with a Shining Wizard. We're supposed to have intermission, but we didn't. We just blew right through it on this evening. No intermissions. Debuting Kay Jetler took on Mikey O'Shea. Really good. I know I'm saying this a lot. It was a really good match. Jeff,
you sound like it's so much. Let me make sure. I've been waiting for you to chime me in. I've been waiting for you to say it. Okay, go ahead.
Would you like to give your 2 cents on this match since I'm sounding like a broken record? Kay Jedler and Mikey O'Shea.
You know, unfortunately, I didn't get to see a whole lot of it because I was trying to get the camera set up and I was a spaz. So you did that for me. And for a lot of the second half, I was running around like crazy doing various things, so I didn't get to see it. But what I saw was unbelievable. These two guys really, Cage Outler, we got to talk to him after the show. I'm sure you're talking about the after party too. We got to talk to him a lot. He's a really cool guy. He's great. The gimmick is great. It's very much take on the model Rick Martel, but with a British tint to it, if you will.
Yes, DFBB, drug-free bodybuilding.
There you go. So
that is his motto.
Amazing talent. I hope they bring him back for more. I really do, because he was really cool.
So do I. But yeah, it was an awesome contest. Kay was able to get the victory.
Shenanigans.
Yes.
Shenanigans.
Offbeat shenanigans. An Irishman. Extreme Loco came out and distracted Mikey in the match, which allowed Kay to get the victory. Of course, Loco and Mikey have had history over the past couple of months. This ended up setting up Loco's match, which went on next. Extreme Loco versus Lucha Machine. Brutal, hard-hitting. Extreme Loco with some very, very unkind things to say to Lucha Machine's fiance, who was in the audience. I'm talking about going backstage and making some Loco babies. Marinate on that. So, Mikey and Loco were told that they are a danger to themselves and the fans. Next month, there will be repercussions that neither of them is going to like. I want to see Last Man Standing. We need a serious blow-off to this feud, and I think Last Man Standing, or even First Blood, would be a great way to go. BPW bookers, if you're watching this, and I know some of y'all do, it's kind of my job for y'all, putting you over on these shows. Last Man Standing or First Blood. Talk about it with Loco and Mikey. I see great potential there. Great contest. And then the main event of the evening, the Suburban Commandos and Sam Knight taking on the Russian Derevko brothers and their mystery partner, Sean Black. The Black Knights were split up. This was all, of course, as the effect of the Something Nasty that the Commandos had given to Sean a few months ago. He was still feeling the repercussions. He claims that he knew he was out there. He knew that he was wrestling, but he didn't know who he was wrestling against, and he didn't know who he was wrestling as. Apparently, he's being diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, and he came to the ring dressed and acting like Bill Cosby.
Tacky sweater and all.
Yes.
Yeah.
People were calling him Cliff Huxtable, the whole nine. I'm curious to see if this goes further from here. If maybe next time it's Carlton Banks or, JJ from Good Times. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with this multiple personality disorder that Sean has developed.
What if a white guy comes out of this? That's what I want to know. What if you first say it's a white guy? I'm waiting for that one. I'm just throwing it out there.
He could always grow his beard out and come out as you.
Hey, wear the red Long Beach Clothing Company shirt I had on the other night. There you go. Get some free swag for Long Beach Clothing Company.
That's right.
Promotion out there.
4218 Atlantic Avenue, Long Beach, California. We love you guys, Long Beach Clothing Company.
Dylan dug the shirt the mostest.
That's right.
That's right.
Once the show is over, as always, was the ever epic Battleground after party. People that weren't even at the show were there for the after party. Shout out to the homie Suave who was looking for something to do. I told him, hey, we got karaoke tonight, and he managed to find his way into the bar for the after party. So,
as we saw part of on After the Bell yesterday.
Yes. The after party was fun. This was actually my first after party that I actually hung around for. Battleground knows how to party, man. I'm more than proud to be part of this family. I've said it on Facebook, I've said it in past videos, but to all the cast and crew out there at Battleground Pro Wrestling, thank you for allowing Casa D18 Studios to become part of the family. That's about going to wrap it up for this installment of Renegade of Wrestling. I am, as always, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Be on the lookout this week for RSI movie review tomorrow. Jeff and Jade are going to be talking about The Wrestler. Dad's on Wrestling this Thursday. Not sure what me and Jeff are going to talk about yet. Been kicking around the idea about talking about, Grand Slam champions and what should be counted and what shouldn't be counted. Stat Boy, as always, will be here on Friday with his endless rants. God only knows what he'll have to talk about this time. The Angels are still losing, but the Kings are still winning.
Poor Angels, man.
Saturday or Sunday will be a bonus after the bell for y'all as a result of the clusterfuck episode that y'all saw yesterday. If everything goes right with the Avengers on Friday, one of those days will also possibly be a movie review on the Avengers. Don't hold me to that one. Don't hold me to it. We poe.
Yeah.
We poe and we become in. And then in the coming weeks, I'm not exactly sure when yet, Stat Boy Rants will be back with an epic rant. Stat Boy, Jeff, me, and if we can pull it, Bruce, we'll be talking about WWE.com's 50 greatest tag teams of all time. That is something you definitely don't want to miss out on. And until RSI tomorrow, I will see you later.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
Ready. What's up, people? We're actually going to do something different today on Girls on Wrestling.
Chicks on Wrestling.
Chicks on Wrestling. Sorry.
Cow.
Wow.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. We're doing this actually when we just got up, so we're like, duh.
I'm awake.
I'm not.
Aww. Cow.
It's okay. Anyways, we're going to be interviewing each other. I'm going to go first, and then the next episode, she's going to interview me.
Oh, Lord.
Just so we can get to know each other, and you as fans can get to know us. Because I think it's important, and I think you do too,
to a degree,
to have our fans, know who they're having information come from.
That's pretty freaking smart. I like it. All right.
So
go for it.
All right, let's get on with it. Okay, we're starting off with something simple.
Of course.
Your full name.
Oh my God. It's a name that I used to not be so proud of, but considering my lineage, I'm totally proud of. My full name is Elizabeth Denise Leggett, and technically my family last name is Parker, but we were brought over, so they changed our last name to Leggett. My name is Toby. No, it's not. But my full name is Elizabeth Denise Leggett. I'm named after my grandma Liz, God rest her soul. According to my mom, she was the sanest person on my dad's side of the family. Yeah. That does not explain me at all. But yeah, that's my full name. I go by Beth, Liz, Lizzie, Sugar Plum, and that sexy black chick, and that crazy chick when I was really psychotic. So.
Sometimes still goes by crazy chick.
Hey,
crazy lady.
Crazy
that's
lady.
That's how I did.
Crazy lady. Even baby has been calling me crazy lady. Somebody's little one started calling me crazy lady when she was 1. I remember that. Yeah, that's me.
Yay. Where are you from?
I'm really born and partially raised in the wonderful city of Chicago, Illinois. I do not consider California my home. I'm sorry. No, I'm from Chicago and represent the Bears, the Bulls, the Cubbies, fuck the White Sox. Kiss my ass, and the Blackhawks. Hockey. Fuck the White Sox, you bastards. That's me.
Yay. How did you come to love wrestling?
Oh my God. Started when I was 5. My Gammy got, rest her soul, Miss Odessa Smith. Only woman I knew that was watching wrestling at the time. And we go to her house. I was the only one allowed to talk during wrestling because me and her, I sit at her feet and she'd be in her rocking chair. She actually started me off on midget wrestling. Exactly. Everybody gets the same look on my side. She started me off on midget wrestling. Lord forgive me. The vertically challenged wrestling. Then we go to Glow, Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling, and then awesome. WWF, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Rick Steamboat. Yeah, that's how I got into it. She got me into it, so thank you, Gammy, for my love of wrestling.
What is your favorite wrestling move?
Do I have to pick one?
Yeah.
Oh! That's not a fair question. Okay. Ooh. Can I have a choice between 2?
Sure.
Thank you. The setup to the RKO, the drop down to the RKO. And Hell's Gate. Which, in technical theory, for those of us who know some collegiate wrestling, the Hell's Gate is a go-go Pilata choke. And I watched too much college wrestling for that. Yeah, that's my favorite. But my all-time favorite move, actually, Hell's Gate.
Okay. Who is your favorite wrestler?
Did you really have to ask me that?
I know it, but
Did you really ask me that?
It's a typical question.
Okay, for those of you who do not know, and to reiterate to this young lady here, my favorite wrestler of all time, whose name is tattooed on the back of my neck, and she can attest to this.
Yep, right there.
Right here is the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only, the Pale Rider, the grave digger, my baby daddy, Undertaker. Woo! Undertaker, my favorite wrestler ever.
If you can make up your own wrestling move, what would it be?
Crap. The suffocation device.
Why?
Hello. The twins. And you just head here. Specifications, I say Fallout, and I cover for the fans. That's a good question.
What is your favorite wrestling book?
Oh, really? Damn it! Okay. I know what my favorite wrestling book is, and no, it has nothing to do with The Undertaker for this one. The WWE magazine with Edge on the cover, May 2010. Guess who's in it? Me! So, besides Taker's 2003, this is my favorite because I'm all up in here. If anybody remembers page 13, that would be... Damn it. That's not what I wanted. Page 13 is yours truly with Evan Bourne. This, and he definitely, if the title of the article, the title of this article is, "Hey Superstar, do you remember me?" Evan Bourne remembers me. The quote is, yes, I'm going there, and I quote, "Evan Bourne, oh, I definitely remember her. We met a few times. She lives out in LA and she sent me messages on Facebook." Love you, Evan. Hey, baby, how you doing? Come back, please. This is my favorite ever.
So I'm guessing this following up question would be...
Go ahead.
That. What has been your favorite moment in wrestling?
Oh come on! Oh, shoot. Okay,
I'm not an easy interviewer.
No, she's not, because she's not giving me no easy questions. I actually like that. She's giving me, I can't say difficult ones, she's giving me some choices. Actually, my favorite moment in wrestling happened April 8th, 2006, Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, Hollywood, California. The match was Scorpio Sky versus my other boo-boo. I'm not saying no baby daddy, that's on the resort for Taker. My other boo-boo, Chris Sabin. I actually chased Jay Chung around the ring in heels. And it's our DVD! All-Star Weekend 3. Pick it up. ProWrestlingGuerrilla.com. April 8, 2006. I have no DVD. And I actually show Boss Man and Jay here the DVD, and they fell out laughing. It was funny.
Who is your favorite female in wrestling?
Ooh. Mickie James. The girl's bad. She's badass, and hey, for those of you who don't know, I likes the chicks too. She's hot. She's hot, and she has a body that won't quit all those curves and me with no brakes. Damn. She reminds me of me. I like them thick, not these skinny, Wonder Bread looking bitches. I like donuts, bitch. I like them, full burger. Mickie James, because she can wrestle. She can wrestle, and she's absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Hi, Mickie.
Who is your favorite commentator in WWF, WWE?
Son of a bitch. You are no help. Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan. So we're talking from the 80s, because it was fun to listen to them actually commentate on the match, and they actually gave you, their thoughts on the match. They weren't commentating on other stuff that was going on at the time. When the match was on, let's say, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat versus Macho Man WrestleMania 3, they were all over that. I mean, they actually talked about the match. I'm just paraphrasing here. They talked about the match. I thought it was fun.
That's actually one thing that drives me nuts.
What?
When they're like sitting there talking about something that's not even happening. It's like,
yeah, really? I mean,
it doesn't have anything to go with the story that's going on
it
right
has
now.
nothing to do with the wrestling or the wrestling. So why are you running your mouth about? I mean, Grant, no offense, Taker, really.
Pay attention to the match, which I'm always getting told. Come on.
Exactly. I mean, if you're right there at ringside, the least you can do is look up and commentate on the match. I'm just saying.
And I'm not saying that I don't like the people that are talking, because I adore King, I adore, JR, and, sometimes Cole.
A little bit.
But yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, if you're not talking about the match, shut the hell up. Talk about the match. Quit talking about the storylines that's all over the place. We don't care. I'm sorry. It's an interview about me, and I done went on a little diatribe. My bad.
But unfortunately, that's all the questions I actually have for you. I know. But tune in next time, and I will be in the hot seat.
Wait a minute. Here's a question you can ask me.
What?
Do I like video games?
Okay. Do you like video games?
Hell yeah!
What video game is your favorite video game?
Oh, that's messed up. See?
You knew it was coming. Come on.
Okay. I'm torn between two, because I mastered both on my own, the second one with cheat codes. SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, I did it all by myself on my PSP, and somewhere in my purse. And the other one, I'm a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I love anime. And I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force 5. 6 is already out, so Merry Christmas to me. Whosoever one of y'all fans are there, just pick up that for the PSP. But yeah, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! It's fun, and WWE, so.
Yay. Well, thank you for letting me interview you.
Thank you, girl, for taking the time to do your homework. I'm impressed today. She gave me some really damn good questions.
All right. Well, like I said, next time she will be interviewing me, and I hope you guys tune in because I'd like you guys to know a little bit about me. So we'll see you next time on Chicks on Wrestling.
See ya.
Bye. Red.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from the Casa D18 Studios.
This is James Morgan, NWA and Mach 1 Wrestling Superstar.
This is Chris Masters, the Masterpiece.
This is Downtown Bruno. This is Eric Watts from WWE Tough Enough.
Mikey Nova.
Hey, what's up? This your boy, Sean Black.
This is Jess Bella from Santino Brothers.
Gorgeous Joey Chaos.
Yo, monkeys, it's me, DDP, Diamond Dallas Page, and you are watching Dads on Wrestling.
The Dads on Wrestling.
Dads on Wrestling.
Dads on Wrestling.
On YouTube.
This week on YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Now stay tuned or you will feel the bang.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this installment of Dads on Wrestling.
Episode, who the hell knows? It's 11:30 at night.
I believe this is episode 43, because I think the one we shot earlier was 42.
I think you're right. I don't know.
Anyways, I'm the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams.
You're booing yourself?
And then, of course, Mr. Jeff Meacham.
I get.
We're all getting booed, you know.
We all get booed. Well,
people don't like our shenanigans, and to them I say...
That's right.
So...
And the reason we're getting booed is because we're actually taking the time to predict the TNA show. This never happens on this show.
Yeah, seriously. I know it's been, like, warm during the days, but, you know... I think hell's kind of... starting to
I was out
Earth
lawn sprinkling salt there on the ice
There you go.
on the ice earlier, so there's something going down. Satan is dancing in the ice sculptures of Disney on Ice or something. It's crazy shit going down. And it has to be Disney because it's us. So
That's right. It has to be Disney.
It has to be
or
Disney.
Muppets.
Or Muppet.
Because, you know, I'm campaigning to get Hornswoggle onto the Muppets Raw.
We need to make this midget appear.
That's right.
Leprechaun, whatever he is. The creepy little bastard from SummerSlam Access.
There you go.
Damn him.
So,
all right,
Bound for Glory, we are actually going to do predictions here. Of course, as you know, Bound for Glory is basically TNA's version of WrestleMania, biggest show of the year. And for once, they've actually done a good job of building up this card, which is why me and Jeff are actually going to talk about it, because
we were actually going to
watch
see it. We were actually intended to have people over and, you know, roll the video on TV and do everything. And family obligations don't get in the way.
That, like,
usual.
nobody for whatever reason wants to come down here. I think it's because it's TNA.
Probably.
It's because it's TNA and they figure it's going to suck donkey balls.
Right.
And, you know,
well,
they don't want to take the chance on it.
This has definitely been the most well-built, well-advertised Bound for Glory in the 7-year history of Bound for Glory.
There you go.
So, and, you know, Bound for Glory has been their signature event from the get. It was their first major pay-per-view that they put out there. It's like, you know, this is our day of days, if you will, and not the show at City Walk. This is the best. I know. Jay's like, God damn, why are you bringing up the soap operas? We watch days around here when certain people are home. It just happens that way. Bound for Glory is, as this goes up, we're probably going to put this up Saturday. So as it goes up, it is tomorrow night. 8 matches scheduled, including, for whatever reason, a match they have relegated to the pre-show, hype show, whatever you call it, 30 minutes prior to the pay-per-view show.
Free-for-all.
Free-for-all, that's what they would call it in WWE land. TNA, it's just called the pre-show, I guess, or whatever. I don't know, to be honest with you. The Tag Team Championships are on the line as Inc. with Christina Von Eerie, another Wild Warrior on the TNA stage. That's 2 of them right now.
That's right.
Beautiful. Our girls are getting time. Our girls are getting showcased. And we all love Christina's debut because she was wearing next to fucking nothing on Impact.
There you go.
And it was awesome. We love you, Christina.
Right.
Wild supports you. You have our support as you always frickin' have. It sucks you're not on the pay-per-view, but at least you get time on the free-for-all. They're going to be challenging Mexican America along with, you know, the twin
Rosita
sisters,
and Sarita.
Rosita and Sarita, those other two that, whatever. It's a pre-show match, Jay, so I don't think, although they may do it, they may start the night with a title change, just to kind of ignite the fire in people's ass, go, hey, this thing might be worth paying for. Let's get a title change out there.
It's possible, but, you know, I was all set to pick Ink until I found out it was going to be on the free for all.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Total bullshit. Who's booking this crap? Oh, that's right. It's my favorite.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead, though, and I'm going to say Ink wins via DQ. Titles don't change hands, though.
I'm not going to be so final. I'm just going to say Ink wins, title or no title, when they win the match. They're going to win the match somehow.
That's true. If we're doing our traditional pick the poll here at the house, it's just who's going to win, who's going to lose, not by how. So I'm going to go ahead and pick Ink, get it out there, but I really don't think they're going to take the titles. There's going to be a DQ. Something's going to happen to screw them over.
It's like the football pick, and there's no real picks. There's no real triple. It's just people don't bet money end up winning the goddamn week, and we don't win shit.
Goddamn.
All right. So then we're on to the card. The match. I'm going to go from 8-1 as opposed to the laid out by Wikipedia.com.
Okay.
Samoa Joe, Crimson, and Matt Morgan. Do we really have to shill out part of $50 to see this god-awful triple threat match that's going to happen? Because I'm sorry. Joe's lost a step. I've never dug Crimson, and Matt Morgan is slightly injured, so he's not going to be able to go 100% Sunday. I don't see this match doing anything but major suctitude. According to Griffin.
Well, Joe's lost a step because they're burying him.
I agree with
There's
that.
so much rumors going around that Joe's going to come to WWE once his contract is expired.
I thought I already had. I thought he resigned already. I don't know.
So they're in the process of burying Joe so that he won't be worth shit to WWE.
Right.
Crimson, I kind of dig Crimson. I'm not sure what it is. I can't put my finger on what it is about Crimson that I like. Maybe it's got to do with the fact that he's Red's little brother.
Yeah.
But, you know...
Yeah, but he's the only ginger I get to support in wrestling. Just everybody else, they've got
Matt Morgan, I really dig.
I do too.
And I think that TNA has done far better with him than WWE ever did. Did.
No question about that.
I'm going to pick Crimson. I don't think they're going to break his undefeated streak.
I don't think they will either. If they're going to do it, they would do it during Bound for Glory series and made it mean something. It's great. It's the biggest show of the year, but it still won't mean shit if he loses now.
There you go.
Especially to Joe and Morgan. Give me a break. AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels in a I Quit match. How many times did we go to Gorilla alone and see this match? You know, seriously.
Too many times.
It wasn't even that. We saw you and I in the same show in that room, not much bigger than this, go for an hour for the PWG and the TNA tags. You don't see those anymore, folks. Those two tore it up. If I had the DVD in here right now and we could load that footage into this camera without getting sued by Gorilla and sued by High Spots, I would say, here, watch this match. You don't have to watch this for an hour. Watch this and learn something. We don't need an IQ match for these two guys. We all know at the end of the friggin' day, I'm sorry to rag on Chris, AJ is the superior talent. And he will prove that tomorrow night.
I agree with you there. It's, as much as I'd love to support Christopher Daniels, as much as I'd love to bet money on the man that pulled Chris Hardy's punk card that same night in question.
I remember that. That's awesome.
AJ Styles is not going to say I quit. AJ Styles is the John Cena of TNA. He does not quit.
Does not quit. He does lose, but he does not quit. Cena does neither, unless he gets screwed. So,
we're looking at you, Kevin Nash.
Yeah. Are we counting down to the moment where you burn your hat?
I told you in the grocery store the other day, and we're getting off track.
We'll go ahead and do it real quick.
If John Cena gets the belt at Vengeance, I'm going to take the box of Fruity Pebbles I have, the Word Life hat that I have, and put the Word Life hat on top of the Fruity Pebbles box, and I'm going to burn it. Film it, and it's going to go in an episode.
It will be a extra on the DVD as well, because we're gonna show preparation for that. We're gonna film the entire breakdown of the box and the hat story. We're gonna film everything. I'm not willing to go that far with my clothes because I happen to like my clothes, but I don't have John Cena stuff anyway. If I did, I wouldn't burn it because I pay too much money for a fucking John Cena shirt these days. But I am gonna film it and watch the shit out of it and laugh with you.
There you go.
All right, back to TNA, the stuff that really is supposed to matter tomorrow. Yeah. X Division Championship, Hendrick and Aries again. there are so many people in this goddamn X division that they're supposedly trying to build up and trying to reboot and trying to reestablish as the thing to watch in TNA, and we're getting the same two guys we got last month.
Yeah. I'm going to go on a limb here. You know, Aries is going to retain.
Yeah. There's no reason for him to lose already. He's supposed to be the best guy in the world, the best man in the world, whatever the hell he calls himself, which Austin is. But them pink robes have got to go.
What I'd like to see TNA do, take note for the next pay-per-view, Austin Aries versus Jerry Lynn.
That
X Division original.
That depends.
Versus Austin Aries.
That depends on the match I'm going to talk about next. I'm going out of order, but I'm going to talk about it anyway since you brought up Jerry. Jerry Lynn is going into a Full Metal Mayhem, which for those of you that don't speak TNA, it's a TLC match.
Yeah.
Against the guy who took the ladder match at WWE and, along with Jeff Hardy, made it his own, Rob Van Dam, along with the worst theme song in the history of wrestling.
Do 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 do.
Oh my God!
Do 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 do.
Really fucking sucks. I'm sorry, Rob. I love you, man, but damn! Go pay Pantera. I will help with the money costs. Good Lord.
Can.
Yes, I can. I'm calling the government tomorrow. You don't understand. I'm going to make this happen tomorrow. I will pay my phone bill and pay Pantera at the same time. I will make this work, but no. Rob and Jerry, regardless of how old Jerry is or how out of shape Jerry is, because he doesn't look like the Jerry Lynn we saw in 1999. He's got a little, he's got a little bit of the pudge going on.
Then again, RVD isn't the same RVD from 1999.
But RVD still looks like he's in decent enough shape like he was in 1999. Jerry doesn't look like that anymore.
You know,
these two are going to go in here Sunday and tear the shit out of each other in front of Philadelphia people.
Yeah.
Which means they're going to turn it up about 5 notches higher.
Yeah.
They're going
Which is probably the only reason they're even going again.
I'm sure it is. But you know what? We've been talking about, at least I've been talking about with other people, not you, because we didn't watch much ECW back in the day. I've been waiting for RVD and Jerry since Jerry's been with the company as a consultant, and they just never presented. All of a sudden, Jerry kept showing up. I'm like, I bet you he turns and goes to Immortal, and we're going to have him and Rob at Battle for Glory. And I was right. So everybody I told that to, send me little cartoons of people going like this, because I did that.
Very
I called
that
that
style, baby.
Right.
I know it's the long shot, but I want to see Jerry win.
I would like to see Jerry take Rob to the limit and not just be a pushover, but I don't honestly, in good faith, feel if they're going to get Rob back up there into that upper echelon where he belongs in the title picture that he can lose to Jerry Lynn tomorrow night. I don't think it can't happen. It can't happen. So if Rob loses, we're in trouble. So I say Rob. Alright, the match I skipped over. Falls Count Anywhere, Philadelphia Street Fight. Bully Ray. It's the back of my head, asshole. It fucking hurt. And Mr. Anderson. Again, the Philly crowd.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who you are in Philadelphia. If you're an ECW original and you're going into that building, you're going to get cheered.
Yeah.
Except if you're a Dudley.
Probably so.
Those fans were the originators of hating Bubba and Devon.
Yeah.
It got it to its worst in Dayton, Ohio, that pay-per-view, Heatwave here. Whatever that pay-per-view was in July of 2000 where Bubba and Devon went into the crowd and almost got their asses kicked. Bubba, Bully Ray, whatever you want to call him, will go in there and get the adoration of the crowd. The crowd will be, yeah, Bubba's back! And then he will make sure that by the end of that promo before the match, they want Mr. Anderson to hang him from the goddamn crow's nest at the ECW arena. Even though they're not going to be there. They'll drag him down the street to make sure he's in the ECW arena to hang his ass. This is another one where I keep picking the good guys, it seems like to me. No, I picked Aries. I don't think that Anderson can lose if he wants to maintain momentum also. This is the big show of the year. I do, however, think that Bubba is going to win. And that's my pick. My official pick is that Bubba's going to win. My overlying thing is shenanigans.
Yes.
Some sort of shenanigans that Bubba's going to win, whether immortal interference or some sort of weaponry or whatever, that damn elusive, that ever-present chain of his, something's going to go down.
All I gotta say.
If that happens, I will cheer for Bubba from now on, because I've been wanting them to get back together for a minute. This whole feud between them sucked.
It really did.
And honestly, without each other, they suck.
Although they've been building Bubba really strong. Like, he can really be a TNA main eventer.
Right. He
and
can't.
in TNA land, he can't.
He can. He can be an innovator there. He's been the mouthpiece for Immortal when Hogan and Bischoff aren't there. And he's done a very good fucking job of it.
Which still boggles me.
Well, Hogan and Bischoff are in the back making clandestine deals back there, trying to make sure they're fooling the fans and all that shit.
But when you've got a former world champion like Scott Steiner in the stable, I know Scott Steiner's never been the greatest mouthpiece, but you've got a former world champion and Bubba Ray's in charge.
That's how much of a badass Bully is. He's a badass. All right. The match that, you know what, the second...
Just for the record, I never did get my
official
go ahead, I'm sorry,
pick,
I'm going to go ahead and say Bully Ray also.
Shenanigans. The second biggest match of the night, in my eyes. The first one's the title match. I can give a fuck all about Sting and Hogan. I'm looking forward to it, but if it doesn't happen, I'm not tripping. This match they have booked for the Knockouts Championship is going to turn people on their ear. You've got Winter, who is also the Wild Champion, those of you who didn't know. The other Wild Warrior in TNA besides Christina Von Eerie, but Winter's up here still. You've got Mickie James, one of, if not the greatest diva/knockout wrestlers in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
You've got Madison, who, when she shuts up, when she shuts her big trap, is a good fucking wrestler. She's proven it in the indie scene. She proved it when she was with either WSU or Shimmer, and I'm going to get major crap for that from my girls for not remembering which one she was with. Madison Rayne can go. And you've got another girl who has not been showcased as someone who can go, but if you look back at her indie career, she was tearing shit up. That's Velvet Sky. Those four ladies, I think it could have been somebody besides Madison, like maybe Tara or Angelina. That way you have two. If it's Angelina, you have two. But it's Angelina, then she'd help Winter. Maybe she'd turn on Winter. There's a whole different dynamic that happened if it was not Madison. But they put her in there. Whatever. Madison is Karen Jarrett's pick. Velvet told her on Impact the other night that she'd be the next Knockouts champion, and Karen said over her dead body, I have a very funny feeling, and it sucks because I love me some Winter. Velvet,
best theme song right now.
Best theme song. And you know what? And she uses it with Wild. We got permission. Yes. I have a funny feeling that Karen Jarrett's dead body is going to be laid out in Philadelphia, and we're going to have a new Knockouts champion in Velvet Sky. And she's finally going to get her run. I don't like it, but if she wants to let the pitches loose with the waist held up by a knockout belt, I won't mind it for a little while. For a little while. Not permanently by any means. But Velvet has busted her cute little derriere, and she tore it up in the indie scenes. Go look up Talia Madison, Talia Madison, and look, compare to Velvet Sky, two different people. Velvet's awesome. I pick Velvet. Sorry. Why are you grumpy, Jay? Why are you sad, Jay? Why are you sad, baby?
I'm sad because we've had like no debate on this whole fucking show. We're pretty much picking the exact same people here.
You know,
I mean, and I know how the last two matches are going to fall too. It's going to be the same fucking thing.
More than likely.
I can't fucking stand Velvet Sky.
Aww.
Let me rewind that. I can't fucking stand Velvet Sky. But you're right. When Karen Jarrett said, over my dead body, bing, light bulb went off. Velvet's going to take it. God damn it.
I think the better boobs of the company over Velvet, Tracy Brooks, is going to somehow cost Winter the championship, and that'll lead to Tracy's in-ring comeback against Winter or Angelina or somebody like that. I smell that in the air. Tracy's going to get back in the ring, maybe at whatever the hell they decided to Turning Point is the next one, but I don't know. But it's leading toward Tracy's in-ring return, and if you know there's going to be a Tracy-Karen match somewhere down the line, it's going to happen. So I see Tracy being involved in this match. Now, I'm going to call this match the semi-main because, damn it, it should be Sting and Hogan for control of TNA. I have read, thank you, I have read that Hogan has signed a contract extension. Don't know how valid that message was, don't know how valid that report was, but that's what I have read.
Sting.
I understand you're picking Sting. As am I. But do we honestly believe in our heart of hearts that the immortal Hulk Hogan will simply step back and not be on camera and yet still help produce and run the show? Do you honestly believe that when Hogan loses tomorrow, he will simply fade away into the distance and stay backstage with Bischoff and Russo and Jason Hervey and everybody else?
Hulk Hogan doesn't know the meaning of the words fade away.
Exactly. Granted, normally it's red and yellow. Today it's black, gray, and silver because the Kings are back, and purple because the Kings are back. They lost today or Thursday. Whatever day we're taping this, they lost. I'm out of control. That's the only thing that's not making me want to pick Sting. Because if Hogan is still going to be with the company, he's got to be on camera. So it's bugging. Something's not right. They're going to do something. But I am going to stick to my guns and pick Sting. And hope, beyond hope, that the defeat at Bound for Glory brings out Hulk Hogan. The humble... No, he's never been humble. That's bullshit. That's wrong. The Hulk Hogan we came to love in 1984. The one that would go out there, put his hand to his ear, the people would go ape shit, he'd talk with me and Gene for a few minutes, and then go to the back. Wouldn't wrestle on TV to save his ass. Wouldn't wrestle at live events to save his ass. But to go on TV and make a point, I do hope that when Sting gets control of the company back, he hands the company back to Dixie, and she stays the fuck off TV too. We don't need either one of them being the governor, the head of the talent relations. No, that's Johnny Ace. By the way, Karen Jarrett, you pointed this out in Impact. Karen Jarrett, you're the senior vice president of the Knockouts division. Johnny Ascol, he wants his gimmick back.
It's the only thing I applaud Karen Jarrett over.
I know. It's like, God, even TNA's making fun of him. See, Russo knows. He's worked with them. He knows. They were in WCW together. Vince understands me. He understands my war. It's in my Twitter thing now. I will not stop until he's brought down for good.
I have to say, though, and this is something I was just kicking around in my warped little mind while we were watching Impact.
Which is not a good place to be, trust me, in your warped
mind. And with the success of certain songs in pop culture, you know, we uploaded a freaking 9-part epic mini-series of Scatboy, myself, and Bruce ranting about the top 100 songs of the 2000s.
And my commentary here and there, yes, I filmed this, I know.
But I am surprised that TNA has not reached out to Wiz Khalifa to do a remix of Black and Yellow. Red and yellow, red and yellow, red and yellow.
The fact that song's even on the countdown. The fact that
it wasn't on the countdown.
Oh, okay, alright, good.
It wasn't on the countdown, but when they do the top 100 of the 10s, you know it will be.
Oh, is it that new?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow. But I'm surprised that TNA has not reached out to him to do a red and yellow remix for Hogan.
If this is going to be Hulk's last hurrah in the ring, we gotta get some real music back for him. This fucking Immortal, this fucking NWO remix shit is god-awful.
Freaking porno remix.
Seriously, it's it's a no porn order. It's a new porn order, I'm telling you. I actually was a member of the new porn order for a minute. Not on film, thank goodness. But
this is news that we in the internet wrestling community did not need to know.
They all know. I was on a business trip with Travis. We ended up in Bakersfield. There was a wrestling company, and it was wow.
Anyway, main event of the night
should be
Kurt Angle defending his TNA World Heavyweight Championship against the #1 contender and the Bound for Glory Series winner, Bobby Roode.
You and I have both said this to each other and to everybody we have talked to in the streets about this show.
And I think we've even said it on film. Go back a couple episodes.
I think we did. If
Bobby Roode doesn't win... Go ahead. Take it from there.
That's okay. If Bobby loses this match on Sunday or doesn't win the title on Sunday, the entire last, I dare say, year of TNA has been meaningless because they started the whole Immortal angle last year Bound for Glory.
Yeah, 10-10-10.
10-10-10, baby.
Which is why I still think Hogan's going down. It'll be pretty much an entire calendar year of Immortal running shit. I mean, you just gotta stand right next to the mountain and chop it down.
With the edge of his hand. Where's my Hendrix guitar? There's no guitar in here. All the guitars are in the front room of that damn Guitar Hero. Damn it! Pull it out right now. I can't play
it. Damn it! Hashtag Top Gun style.
Hashtag the business. B-I-D-N-S. Learn how to spell. Red and yellow, red and yellow. It's still in my head. Fuck you, dude.
Because you know it would be epic.
It would be epic. Especially in a freaking gangbanger city like Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jesus Christ.
That's profiling.
And that's true.
Wrong.
But that's true.
but it's still wrong.
Go back and watch VCW tapes, dude. Come on. Just except for the straw hat guy, I'm just saying he's whiter than me. Everybody else, going out. All right, we're in trouble. Bobby has to win. Bobby should win. Bobby will win.
I couldn't say it any better. If Bobby Roode loses, the TNA Impact Zone will riot.
Well, lucky they're in Philly, so there won't be people in the event that night, but they may go in on there Monday and just start tearing shit apart.
I don't know, man. I think it's going to be the same crowd that was at the Hammerstein Ballroom in 06.
If it is, then Rob and Jerry will be about 10 times better because they'll love everything they do. Regardless if Jerry fucks up or not, or as Rob fucks up or not, it's going to be an epic battle because it's Rob Van Dam and Jerry Lynn in Philadelphia.
Word of wise to anybody in the TNA locker room, and I hope you're watching and listening to me, do not fuck up. Because the Philly fans will let you know.
They will give you fucked up, which means you have to edit out every DVD that's recorded of this show because you can't say fuck. It's bad. The Philly crowd, is
the girls need to make sure they're dressed like wrestlers, not streetwalkers.
Winter's
because
okay.
they will be called crack horse.
Winter's okay. Mickey's got the country outfit. Madison, Velvet. Oh. Velvet, you better cover up, girl. Even Madison's showing way more clear than she should. She's, beautiful people gimmick, I guess. Whatever. All right.
So
we have no idea how long we ran because the video stopped the first part of this thing. So we're gonna wrap it up.
Don't know why you said that. We could have just
no. It's fine. It's fine.
Cut the thing.
It's fine. It's fine. I want them to know how passionate we were about TNA for once.
Okay.
That the video stopped on us.
Yeah.
Damn. The video said no more passion. We don't buy your lies. We know you don't like TNA. We do. We actually do like TNA.
We do when they do shit like this. Because like we said at the beginning, they've actually built this card up to make it look like a good pay-per-view.
Yes.
So, for Dad's on Wrestling episode 43, the Bound for Fucking Glory edition.
Probably the only time you're ever going to hear that. Until next year.
I'm the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Legs.
I'm no nickname Jeff Meacham.
And we will see you next time.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mite or a Squirt.
Gary from day one has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potentials.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
I can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create passion in your kids and in your players? And Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills to me really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special man.
Casa D18 Studios, an affiliate of the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, proudly presents this retro content from NoDQ.com.
Welcome, NoDQ Galaxy. We are back with the NoDQ review number 43, and it's the new year 2019. And here they are, Big G, TJS, and Aaron Rift. Happy New Year. TJS, what's up?
Man, not Raw ratings, that's for sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm doing well. New Year's was good. It was good. It still feels like 2018. But, that's fine. I'm excited to talk about these topics. One of them's pretty unfortunate, but we always have a good time on the review, even during the morbid times. So I'm ready. Let's do it.
Positive energy.
Big G, what are you covering up my shirt for? All right.
I'm doing good. Hey, I'm just posing. No, I'm kidding. I'm doing good, going through a cold right now, but ready to discuss these wonderful topics that you have chosen for tonight's review. And Big Boss Man, Aaron Rift, how are you doing?
Well, let's try like medium boss man at best, but I'm doing very well. It feels like it's been a year since we've done the No DQ review. I'm happy to be back here. It's a fresh new start for the No DQ review 2019. And we got some interesting topics to discuss today, and I'm looking forward to it. And sorry about transferring that cold over to you, but maybe next week Virtual will have it, and then people will have the satisfaction of not having to hear him much. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that.
I think that the tides have turned with that. I think Big G is now the one that everybody goes after in the comments here, but I don't know.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. All right, well, let's start. I'm going to start with Johnny Gargano because he's in NXT. To me, and he was from up here in Cleveland, Ohio. He trained with the AIW guys. Everybody that's around Cleveland knows AIW. And he's in NXT. He exemplifies today's to a T today's indie style of wrestling. The product that the fans want, and we'll talk about All Elite Wrestling later, he actually came out and said, fans, don't be so toxic on the internet. Now, granted, I have his tweets here. Everybody's read them. Aaron's posted them. But he basically addressed the fans, more or less. And I just want to know what's everyone's thoughts when a wrestler does this. And again, we don't have kayfabe anymore. We have social media. And these wrestlers go out there and they're their real selves telling people how it is instead of being in character. I'm not a fan of that. I think a wrestler should be in character 24/7, but I'm old school. Everybody knows I love the 80s and the 90s. Big G, I'm going to start with you. One of your boys, man.
Yeah, I read the tweet earlier today, and a lot of internet fans like to dog out the indie wrestlers and all this stuff, and I guess Gargano was just taking a stand on his point of view, and let the wrestlers do what they need to do. If they want to, well, like you said, kayfabe's dead. If they want to go out and I don't want to say attack the fans, but if they want to let the fans, hey, we do this for a living, let us do it. You say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. So that's it.
Well, he said there was irony in it. Like he grew up as a wrestling fan, and
yeah,
and now he's a wrestler, and it's just the old school. And that's why I think wrestling, the culture's changed. And fans who've never been in the business, and we're all guilty of this. I mean, the small time indie stuff that I do, that doesn't count as being in the business. If you weren't on TV getting big money, you really weren't in the business, or if you haven't done it for a long time. But it's like today, it seems like fans are becoming the wrestlers, not in every instance. And then before, you wouldn't think that way. I mean, you would think of, just imagine the Iron Sheik. You'd never think he was a wrestling fan just because of the way they portrayed their characters. I mean, you can go Hulk Hogan. You would have never thought he was a wrestling fan, but you look at Johnny Gargano, and he admits it on the internet. Aaron, what's your thoughts on this? Like, do you just think they open the curtain up too much sometimes?
I agree with you on that.
It hurts their credibility on TV.
I've talked about this before. I would prefer the concept of wrestlers having two separate accounts on social media, one for their character and one for their real life persona. So that way, people don't have to follow one account and then have one tweet where he's in character and then the next tweet he's talking like a real person and talking about the behind the scenes stuff. So that's just my own personal preference. I mean, Virtue, I know we've talked about it before with Bret Hart and Owen Hart. They went so far to protect kayfabe to the point where they would not travel together and they would not do anything to give away that they are actually really getting along in real life. And yeah, Gargano's just going on there, and it's kind of interesting coming from him because he's a guy who is very highly regarded. It's not somebody like Nia Jax who's getting heavily criticized. I guess maybe he's just trying to stick up for the locker room in general, saying, hey, it's one thing to criticize the product, but you're also not there and you don't know what everybody's going through. So I could see it both ways, and I really don't have that strong of an opinion of it, other than I would like to see kayfabe protected more on social media, but that's just my own personal opinion. TJS, anything you would like to add?
Now, what exactly did Johnny Gargano say? Because I actually haven't seen the tweet.
Way to do your research.
He just basically said that, the toxic wrestling fans that go on there and say you're not good at what you do, specifically targeting people that have never worked a match or have trained, fans. But that's the thing. As a fan, you do have the right to go and say whatever you want. Now, everybody knows there's a lot of fans that I've been against, but at the same time, I've never said you still can't voice your opinion. So he basically just said, stop the toxicity. I don't even know if that's a word. Just to paraphrase the whole general
song and album.
Yeah. Basically, that's what he said. Just keep cool. Let's see let's all be together. Let's all love this together. You know what I mean? Don't be so negative. That's basically what he said.
I mean, I think it's like you said, Virtue. I don't like the wrestlers saying that they're fans of wrestling, because to me that comes off as Bayley's gimmick, which I'm not a fan of, and Sasha's gimmick, where she's just like an Eddie Guerrero mark, and it just gets on my nerves. They are superstars, so I feel like they should act like superstars and not like fans. Big G?
All wrestlers are half, I don't want to say all of them were fans of wrestling when they were growing up, but in some way or somehow, they had to watch wrestling back when they were younger to be inspired to become wrestlers.
I get it. Use the Chris Jericho.
Superstars.
Use the Chris Jericho Shawn Michael model. But the thing is, Jericho never came across as a fan. He came across as that was his mentor.
Or his idol. But
it just annoys me, like, because they'll show like pictures of Bayley with Jeff Hardy or whatever, and I'm just like, come on, like she's undermining herself by just being like, oh, OMG, it's Rey Mysterio, I'm so cool. It just bugs me. And it's like Aaron said, I think that they need to have 2 separate social media accounts, one for the character, one for their real life, not real life persona, but their real life. You know, so we don't see pictures of Braun Strowman and Roman Reigns together when they're in the middle of a feud.
Right.
Like, it just kills the kayfabe, and it's like, it's pretty much just telling people that your show's fake, just like when Vince came out and said, what's going on with the Monday Night Raw?
Well, and we'll talk about this more during when we talk about all elite wrestling. If they're going to do that, they might as well just completely get rid of all kayfabe and everything's behind the scenes. Like, that's how they literally play the game.
Yeah, for a lot of TV shows, that's the way it is, where, you know, the actors just have their own page and then they promote the show, but they don't start getting into character. That's the problem with the WWE Twitter accounts. Like, it's half and half. Sometimes they're in character, sometimes they're not, and that's what's a bit frustrating. You know, they go back and forth.
Bryan Cranston never tweeted like,
right.
Gus just slit someone's throat with a box cutter.
Exactly.
In car right now, like, come on.
Big G, you were going to add some more, or no?
No, I'm just thinking. I mean, yeah, people have more than one Twitter account, but I think it's kind of difficult. I don't think it would be difficult, but having 2 different ones, I don't know. I think that's just too much.
Well, let's talk about this. Wrestlers, it seems like, unless we're being worked, you're now using their Twitter accounts, Velveteen Dream, Nia Jax, to get themselves over with management or in the doghouse. So recently, and everybody knows what happened with Velveteen Dream, and he deleted those tweets, basically, take me up to the main roster, I'm your man, which he's exactly right, by the way.
Right.
Vince McMahon better be listening to him. But Nia Jax said, we here too. Obviously, they tweeted something or put out a list of accomplishments for females for 2018. And, of course, Nia pulls the race card, so to speak. They're all white females. So Nia posts that, which it seems like she gets her way often. She'll go on a sabbatical because she wasn't happy with the storylines, all these rumors, and then all of a sudden Nia's in a big angle. So is it because she's related to The Rock? Probably. Ty Dillinger, who's never on TV, comes out against Nia and says, just be happy you're on TV. So so there's a whole other side of this too, where wrestlers are trying to use it to say, hey, pick me. I'm just as talented as the people you're choosing. Big G, what do you think on this situation? Did you read up on Nia and Ty Dillinger? Okay.
I did. Nia Jax said we're here too, and like it had a picture of Charlotte, Becky, the Iconics, and I think Ronda Rousey or somebody else. And then you had like an emoji that was supposed to be Naomi and Nia, you know, all the other races that are on the main rosters. I don't know if she's trying to get attention or what she's trying to do, or draw heat to get her even more noticed, even though we know she's the cousin of The Rock. And like you said, she's in a big angle right now, you know, with she's in an angle with Ronda Rousey again. And Ty Dillinger, you know, he basically, like you said, hey, I'm here, put me on TV. You know, if Nia Jax is not satisfied with her role with WWE, after her contract comes up, whenever it does, go and do something else, pursue something else if you're not happy with it. Let the other people who want to be on TV that they think they deserve a spot, put them on TV, like Ty Dillinger.
Well, it seems like Nia uses every opportunity, the haymaker to Becky, you know, going on a hiatus for a couple of weeks, doing this on Twitter. It just seems like she is playing a political card. And does that still, Aaron, do you think that still exists to a degree, the political part?
Well, I'm just really intrigued by this because did she get permission for it? And if so, why would WWE allow it? Because she's basically calling out the company, and to me, that's not good for WWE's image. They're very politically correct and careful about their image. So why would they approve something like that? And then the question is, if it wasn't approved, what is she thinking? Does she think that she's bulletproof and she's not going to get fired because then she could just say, hey, they fired me because I was standing up for racism or something like that? So I don't know what she's trying to pull here. I don't know the circumstances, what's going on, but it did result in some extra traffic for No DQ, so I'm happy about that. It got some traffic on a day that otherwise would have had very little website traffic since it was New Year's Day. As far as Ty Dillinger goes, I mean, I understand him just trying to take advantage of the situation and get some people talking about him. He needs it way more than Nia right now. TJS, any other thoughts you have on it?
What was the main event of Raw this week? Did you guys watch? Do you remember?
It was a tag match.
Yeah. Who was in that? Ronda Rousey, Natalya, Nia Jax, and Tamina, right?
And nothing against the girls, but why do they kick the show off with the cage match? Remember when they used to have the best thing at the end? They don't care about that third hour anymore. They figure people are sleeping already.
Well, what I'm saying is Nia was in the main event of Raw, yet she's still complaining. And I just want to say, it doesn't make any sense to say #we here too. It should be we're here too. And we know you're there, Nia. There's no way we could miss you.
Well, you know, and again, we here too. That's like Thug. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe that's Samoan, you know, like Usos, we here too. But like, that's how it came across to me.
Yeah, and the thing is, the people that were in the photos that they showed, Carmella, Charlotte, Becky, all of those women had a tremendous 2018. Whereas, what did Nia, Ember, Naomi, or what did they do in 2018? They didn't win a title. They weren't in any big angles.
Well, that's her point. I bet you that's her point. Like, why aren't you pushing other minorities?
Well, wait a minute. The Iconics were in that post by WWE also, and what did they do, really?
Yeah.
True.
Because they're iconic. TJS is 2019 now, and it's only going to get worse with social justice and rights and equality. And I'm for all of that stuff. Like, do we have to go from one extreme to the other? You know what I mean?
I think that it's based on talent, and you're not going to get pushed just because of your skin color or whatever.
I know.
Like,
some people... Go ahead.
I understand that WWE wants to be diverse, but, I mean, I think that it should go by talent, and they shouldn't just push white women or black women or Asian women. I think that it should... Whoever's the talented should... I think the best in the world and the company should be the champion. That's how I see it. So.
Good points, and
so
I think some of
Brock Lesnar is the best in the world. Okay.
Well, and the thing is, with Brock Lesnar being the Universal Champion, he's as white, blonde hair, blue eye type guy as you can get, and I mean, they just don't do themselves any favors, you know. Like why, you know, for instance, is Bobby Lashley not pushed just because he's boring? You know, probably no one's really gotten behind him, but there's groups of people that will pull the race card. So, but he's got the look. So we can go on. I don't like talking about this type of stuff because you always offend somebody. So let's move on to something unfortunate. And of course, today I'm looking on social media. You can't even get into the new year a couple of days without someone passing away. Mean Gene Okerlund, and he was only 76. I thought he was like 80, 85. At 76 just seems so young. And of course, the internet blew up. So much respect for him, kind of like when Bobby Heenan passed away. And he was one of the best. I posted, I immediately went on and I had to go look at one of his, you know how he did his interviews with the wrestlers back in the late 80s, early 90s. And I had to find one with someone that really wasn't known for their promos. And there was one with Sid Justice. He made those type of guys look so good. I don't know if it's just the way he presented himself as an interviewer, because we know Sid screwed up live all the time. And a lot of his with Mean Gene were good. You know what I mean? And and of course, Jericho and Iron Sheik called him Gene Mean. And that's just stuff you'll never forget. Aaron, this sucks. It seems like we talk about death too often. But again, there's been a lot of people in the wrestling business.
Yep.
A lot of people getting older.
Yeah, it's inevitable that you're going to die, unfortunately. That's a morbid thing to say, but it's true. With that being said, it is sad to see Gene Okerlund go, and I would consider him to be the greatest guy to ever interview wrestlers. And I think the reason was that he was able to get the storylines across. He would actually carry on a conversation with the wrestlers. You look at a lot of the interviewers today, they just literally ask one question, like, what's your reaction to this? And then they just stand there. Okerlund would actually go back and forth and engage in a conversation with the talent and actually be an interviewer and actually.
And he wasn't afraid of the big bullies. He barked back at.
Oh yeah, he had a backbone, and that's what I loved about him. Like the announcers today, like starting around the Michael Cole coach era during the Attitude Era, like they just lost their backbone and. You know, they get bullied or whatnot, and the announcers always get made fun of and mocked. But Okerlund, you know, people respected him, and he stood up for himself, and that's what made him so great. And, you know, for a lot of us, you know, I sound like a broken record here, but he was our childhood. For so many of us that are in our 30s now that grew up on 80s and 90s wrestling, Gene Okerlund was there. Maybe he had more on-screen time than anybody else when you think about it, because he was always doing all the interviews.
He was in the Attitude Era. He was. Somebody actually told me that they didn't like what he did in WCW. I think he was always at the stage. He was in the ring. I thought he had a really good role in WCW.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, that Bash at the Beach moment with Hogan turning heel, Okerlund was a big part of that. He was doing all those interviews with Ric Flair during the Horseman. NWO feud.
Do it, Aaron. Do your favorite intro to Mean Gene, even better than Hogan. Come on, Ric Flair.
I can't do that.
Mean Woo!
By God, Woo! Gene.
That was good.
It was great. Like every Monday night he would do that, and it was awesome every time. Just so many great memories with him, and he's definitely one of the all-time great non-wrestler personalities. So TGS, I know you're a bit younger, but are there any memories of Gene Okerlund that stand out to you?
Man, I just keep thinking about Hogan's. Well, let me tell you something, Mean Gene.
Yep.
Like, and if I asked you guys how you felt about like Mike Rome or Caleb Braxton or Charlie Caruso, like these are so robotic. And when you look at Mean Gene, this guy and his voice was really nice. Like it reminded me like he was like Howard Finkel in a way. He had a distinct voice, and he's not just like a robot, like you said, where he would just stand there and say, "How do you feel about this?" And then
he got me to buy pay-per-views when he did that thing in the truck where he would talk about the upcoming events, and then they would cut to pre-recorded wrestlers' interviews in front of their logo, like what Sean Mooney used to do. Gene Okerlund sold me pay-per-views by doing that.
Yeah, and it's crazy to say, like in 2019. Who would buy a pay-per-view or who would subscribe to a network for the backstage interviewer? No one, because these guys are just like corporate shills. But with me, Gene, wasn't there a time where they were doing a live broadcast and then the backdrop fell down? He used like some explicit.
He sold a hotline too, a 1-800 or a 1-900 line. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, like this guy, he was great, and it's really unfortunate to hear about his passing, but he's reunited with the Brain and with Gorilla Monsoon. So yeah, it's bittersweet, I'll say, but very unfortunate.
Well, Big Gene. Big G. What do you think?
Yeah, it was very unfortunate about Mean Gene passing away. Great segments you talked about. I remember the one at WrestleMania 20 with him, Bobby Heenan, Fabulous Moolah, and Mae Young. They were, I think, in a room or something like that, and they were making all these noises. And Coach tried to open the door, and all of them came out, and it looked like they were making out and everything like that. You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I read a post on Facebook today from the owner of Maryland Championship Wrestling, And Mean Gene made one of his final appearances in Baltimore, I think last week it was. And he wrote basically saying, and Mean Gene was, I guess, not in great of health. They had to use a wheelchair to bring him out there to sign autographs for the fans and everything. And the owner was basically saying, you didn't have to come out here if you weren't feeling like this. And Mean Gene pretty much said, I'm sticking to my word. I'm coming out here to do what I need to do.
What Bobby Heenan did up until the end.
Fans happy. He had one final interview from MCW with the Bruiser, and it was a good interview. And people get older, health, their health isn't all that well and everything like that. And I don't know what to say, but I think Hulk Hogan is gonna outlive everybody.
Well,
That's a good point. Vince McMahon will outlive
Well,
everyone.
the thing is, Gene Okerlund always looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, even when he was like in his late 20s.
He was bald in the 80s.
Yeah, like he was pretty young back in the.
Or all his little videos with Hulk Hogan training again for like WrestleMania 1 or WrestleMania 2 back in the day.
Oh yeah, like they did that match with Hogan and Okerlund against, I believe, Mr. Fuji, and I'm not remembering the other guy, but who did Fuji team with at that time? I wasn't sure if it was George Steele or somebody else, but yeah, I remember they did the tag match, and Hogan had Okerlund drink the raw eggs, and they did all the training and stuff. Those are great segments, and then of course Okerlund and Bobby Heenan, all the shows they did. I think All American Wrestling, they did a whole bunch of shows together. They were very entertaining. And Monsoon, the three of them had some great primetime wrestling segments. Okerlund, just all-time great entertainer. Very sad to see him go.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, and we always have to bring something like that up. Seems like far too often. Well, news on New Year's broke. All Elite Wrestling is official, AEW. Cody Rhodes, Young Bucks, the Khans, I think, Khan, I believe.
Yeah.
The one guy's part owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know, full owner, part owner. So here's my issue with this. There's a lot of hype, and, I get it. But is it overhype? Like, I'm not saying this is TNA going Monday nights. Aaron, we talked about this a lot. We know how that just blew up in TNA's face.
Right.
I think a wrestling organization, especially if it's going to be new, shouldn't come out too big right away. Or at least the fans should kind of ease into it. And the reason why I say that is because you're just going to disappoint yourself. Could this become something big? Rumors are going around. Could they be on a big TV network, cable network? But don't start immediately thinking WCW versus WWE. Right? Can't think that, because who's going to draw in the casuals? To me, this AEW already has their fan base. It's the niche indie wrestling fans. They know that that's going to sustain this as long as they keep buying it and keep going to all-ins and stuff like that. But I think in order to have somebody get to a level of WWE to maybe be somewhat of a competition, which is what fans are thinking, this is the biggest change of modern-day wrestling history, don't say that yet. It's not. Wait to see if All Elite Wrestling can bring in the casual fans. So they got this Double or Nothing. Is this an actual event, a wrestling event that's going to...
Yes.
Okay, they got this. I heard they got a gathering. So I just want to ask each of you, do you think that they're ready for this, or are the fans overhyping this? TJS, I'm going to start with you. I like to be patient. Patience is a virtue. You know what I mean? Fans are already thinking CM Punk down the road, Jericho. They're throwing all these big names out there. People still have to want to do it. So what do you think?
So everyone hyped up All In like it was going to be the best thing ever, but I just thought it was okay. I didn't think it was the best show I'd ever seen or anything. And yeah, that was a one-time deal, but not anymore. Now they are saying that they're coming in guns blazing. They're having an All In 2, which is called Double or Nothing, and they've got their own promotion now. So I know people are talking about how the Jacksonville Jaguars owner, his name is something Khan, and they're talking about how he's worth all this money, but the money doesn't really bring in the fans. You've got to be entertaining to bring the fans in. I guess you could sign expensive wrestlers. I think if they can get Punk, then they'll draw in a lot of people, but I really don't see that happening. I think, like Virtue said, it's going to be something that's going to be gradual over time. And by the end of the year, maybe.
Never say never, though, TJS, because Daniel Bryan's wrestling game. The reason why I say that, if it did get big enough, you tell me Punk wouldn't want to go there to stick it to WWE if it ever did get to that point.
Yeah.
I think he'd consider it big time to stick it to them.
Yeah, he did say in an interview that he will always listen to the offers that people make to him. But and it's been, God, when did Punk leave? 2014?
Yes.
Yeah. It's been 5 years now. That's crazy. I remember reading it the day it happened. Oh, man. Anyway, to usurp WWE, it's going to be a hell of a task, because someone on my Facebook said that. They're like, yeah, this is going to usurp WWE easily. Look at the Raw ratings. And then I was like, look, man, the ratings don't really matter right now. You have to think about the global presence that World Wrestling Entertainment has.
Yeah.
Like, there are people in the Middle East and Asia. Everyone knows what WWE is.
Which is what they focused on, which is why the domestic product here, television product, looks like crap, because they just don't care, because they're worried about the whole thing instead of just before. It was hard to reach their product all over the world. They did it, but it wasn't like today with the way technology is.
Yeah.
So they mail it in over here, but they're doing good financially.
WWE probably has at least one fan in every country around the world. I mean, you saw their social media, their YouTube, their Facebook, the network, everything. I say it all the time. WWE, Vince is just swimming in cash right now, and he's laughing at us for making this video probably. But yeah, it's going to take a lot of work if they want to get to WWE's level and actually compete with them. It took WCW a long time too, right?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
A lot of Ted Turner's money bringing in the big acts that people kind of grew up in the 80s and 90s knowing, and then then it was cool. I remember in high school, people that didn't like wrestling were still wearing NWO and Austin shirts, because you know how trends go, right?
Right.
I just don't see that right now. I think if you're wearing a Bullet Club shirt or Cody Rhodes or anything like that, you're a wrestling fan. You're not a cat. And so they got to, Aaron, what's your thoughts? I really think they got to figure out a way to get casuals. I mean, and WWE's big time to blame for that, because it seems like they've mailed it in as well.
Right. Well, I think the important thing is that they get a TV deal. And I've heard there's been talk about networks being interested, but being interested in actually coming to an agreement and having a full-fledged weekly television show, that's a lot of work. They pulled it off with All In, but that was one show. They got to be able to be consistent with this. Can they make a second show successful? Can they make a third one successful? Can they do this consistently? That takes a lot of work, a lot of effort. So we will see. And who knows how far they want to take this? Who knows if they even want to try to compete with WWE. They may just say, hey, we're going to be like a small-time Ring of Honor style promotion, but maybe not. Maybe they will see a bigger goal. Maybe with all that money, they will be able to sign some big names. Maybe over time, you'll see disgruntled WWE stars actually jump ship and they pick up some really big names. So we'll have to wait and see how things play out, but they do have some work to do, and if they can get a TV deal, that is definitely going to be a big step in the right direction. And I'm definitely curious to see how things play out with this promotion. At least it's getting us talking. Yeah. It's creating some kind of buzz, which is something that we've needed for a long time. But
we hope it gets big, Aaron, because we want WWE to feel just a little bit threatened, because last time they were threatened, Vince McMahon created the Attitude Era. Now, I'm not saying we have to have that again, but it was something different for the time that was interesting. And I want whatever the next era would be that WWE needs to do to be revitalized, maybe something like this will, down the road, give WWE that need to do it.
Yeah, but WCW, they had the advantage of taking a time slot and getting there on Monday nights when Vince was basically asleep at the wheel. Like WWF as a brand was maybe at its weakest point ever. The brand is much stronger now. The product might not necessarily be any better than it was in 1995, but the brand itself is worldwide, like you said. It's extremely well known across the world. People associate wrestling with WWE, and it's going to take a lot for any promotion to really get into that marketplace and be able to compete on that level, even just a little bit. But Big G, any other thoughts you have on this and any expectations?
Well, you took the words out of my mouth about, superstars from WWE possibly jumping ship to All Elite Wrestling. I don't know how true it is, but I read, I think Chris Jericho and JR are kind of involved with All Elite Wrestling as well.
They should be. If they're not, they should.
So, and I think Jericho is a definite. I don't know how definite, but I'll definitely say he's going to go to All Elite Wrestling if he loses the title at Wrestle Kingdom. I'm intrigued. I want to see how it does. Like you said, Virtue, start like at a slow pace and then gradually build it up. And hopefully they get a good TV deal, TNT, TBS. I mean, Ring of Honor's on the CW already, so I mean, And what's Impact Wrestling on now?
Pursuit.
Whatever that.
All these non-known channels that people don't get.
They're the reasons the cable bills are still too high these days, and everyone goes to streaming.
Other than that, I mean, good luck to Cody, the Young Bucks, Adam Page, Brandy Rhodes.
Isn't it nuts the Young Bucks had? I don't know how they calculate this. They had the most merch sold for wrestling in 2018. Is that true?
Well, on Pro Wrestling Tees website.
Okay. Well, still, and I guess you can't count that against WWE merch.
When you go to a WWE event, you see a couple people here and there wearing Bullet Club shirts. So
yeah.
Well, and they're indie wrestlers. They're indie wrestlers that have their merchandise in major stores, like at malls. Hot Topic. You know what I mean? 15 years ago, would you think indie wrestlers would be able to do that at that level? Where stores, they have a big chain, are putting their products on their T-shirt wall. So that's impressive.
Yeah, it worked out for them. And Young Bucks made the #1 spot. And the No DQ brand just barely, didn't make the top 10. But, we did pretty well.
Top 11.
For what it's worth, too, I think one Vince Russo in TNA gave the Young Bucks Generation Me a chance. I think it was other people. Don't quote me on this. I think it was other people down there why the Young Bucks fizzled out there. So just saying. Look how big they are.
Yeah.
Before they were that big, they were Generation Me.
Well, TNA had a lot of guys that were ending up becoming bigger stars. Like I think they had Nakamura there. I think they had Okada there. They had quite a few guys.
It's hard on the Japanese wrestlers here, though. You know how hard it is for them to get over in the States.
Right, and especially if you're TNA, you don't know how to market people, then, those guys are basically screwed.
Do you think if they do a TV show, do you think AJ Styles would go over to All Elite Wrestling after his contract comes up?
No, I don't think so.
Because
the thing is, the top start.
They could have a lighter work schedule. Not as many house shows.
But AJ's making 7 figures.
Yeah.
Guarantee. I mean, the top people in WWE, they don't just leave. It's usually the middle of the lower card.
Right.
So remember, Big G, when you're at the top of WWE, you're making good money.
Never say never. Never say never.
I mean,
never say never.
Here's a question for you guys: like, who could they sign that could possibly make a real difference to attract in casuals? I mean, that's the big question. Could it be somebody like Rollins?
Punk's tied to wrestling fans, though, right? I mean, is he going to bring casuals?
Punk has been gone for so long. Like, what about like Rollins or Ambrose? I'm trying to think of a younger WWE star who is still at the top of his game, who's making the big money, and the fans consider that guy to be a really big deal. Like, who do you have? Rollins, Ambrose, maybe? I mean, who else?
Velveteen Dream? I guess not. He's
not mainstream enough.
No, but you got me thinking down the road, and this would never happen because this guy's attached to Vince's hip till death. Roman Reigns shows up at All Elite Wrestling 5 years down the road. Could you imagine that? Just heat. Oh my God! But Hollywood Hogan time, brother. But I mean, hey, let's see what happens, right? And speaking of All Elite Wrestling, this is not necessarily Aaron and I's forte, but maybe TJS and Big G, you can elaborate on this a little bit. It's Wrestle Kingdom week, Wrestle Kingdom 13, and there's a bunch of matches, right? A bunch of Ring of Honor people, New Japan people. Now, I like Jay White, Switchblade. I like the fact that he's going to go against Okada. Okada's a big deal over there, so anybody that they put against him, they believe in, and he's been called the new leader of the Bullet Club. So that's like a young prospect. The last year I've been watching and I've been praising on the internet. So if you think that I'm only a WWE shill, check again. Why am I interested if it all for New Japan Pro Wrestling or whatever it's called, Wrestle Kingdom, what's their other shows' names there? Can you even name them? They're weird names, but this is Wrestle Kingdom time. Jericho. That's why I'm remotely interested in it. That's why I wanted to bring it up. Big G, what do you think, man? Any interest in this or?
No, not really.
Wow.
I know our time it's like 3 a.m. Eastern here or whatever. So my ass is gonna be asleep. I might watch the recap the next day, the highlights here and there, but other than that, I really have no interest in New Japan Pro Wrestling.
But so not even the Jericho, and who is he going to lose the IC title and then show up at the Royal Rumble later in the month?
Maybe. Who knows?
That's so
like I said,
Jericho.
I'll probably just watch the highlights the next day, but that's about it.
Okay, CJS.
I'll be setting my alarm and I'll be getting up for this, or I just won't sleep that night. I watch.
Die Hard.
Yeah. I watch Actually, I only watch like 1 or 2 New Japan shows a year, but I really like the Tokyo Dome show. It's always like last year was the first year that I watched it, and it did not feel as long as it actually was. Those matches flew by so quick. It's such a better paced show than WWE, and I love the Tokyo Dome. I've been in that arena, and it's awesome. I saw a baseball game there.
Nice.
It's a beautiful venue, and the shows, man, I'm just super excited for it. I think they flow way better than WrestleMania because those shows are like 6 hours and they feel like 12 hours. These shows, if you watch it live, it's just like.
Here's what I hate, TJS. I hate as it's happening or that whole day after. The people on Twitter, the fans, just acting like they're making it the next WWE of the world, and it's the greatest thing ever. Look, that's your cup of tea. You love the people that praise it. I get it. You love 30-minute matches. You love a million false finishes. You love shoot-style wrestling where the guys literally have to be iced down after the match. Some of them get hurt. Takahashi broke his neck. Okay, let's be honest. Strong style, people get injured more often and can't work for, we talked about that before, and can't work for months and months and months, whereas at least old school wrestlers that got hurt that did the old style slow matches, they could work with sprained ankles and because they would work the match to favor their injury. So it's the fans that overhype. That's why I put it in there with the AEW segment. It's the overhype. Like, I don't mind something slowly building to something big.
That's how things get big. You got to have a grassroots movement.
Well, the reason that I don't watch too much New Japan is, like you said, Virtue, the 30-minute matches and everything. I can only handle so much at a time, and I consider Wrestle Kingdom for me. It's a yearly tradition now. I'll just watch the show and maybe I'll be captivated. Maybe I'll want to watch more New Japan, but I don't think so. I think a big reason that I watched last year was Jericho. I mean, he draws me in, I have to say.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron, I know that doesn't necessarily bring in site traffic for you, but any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I will watch whatever big match there is later down the line. I'll check out maybe a couple of them. We'll have to see how that plays out, if there's anything that particularly interests me or I feel like I need to see. But other than that, I like my sleep, man, and 5-6 hours of wrestling a week is enough for me. So I'm not that invested in it to the point where I'm going to.
And be honest, Aaron, WWE, even as bad as a product is today, you run a website, it still brings in the most traffic out of any wrestling, right? WWE related stuff.
I've never really covered New Japan, so there's that too.
Yeah, but you are smart enough to know if it brought clicks or whatever. you would be covering it, and you not covering it because it's not there. It's a niche.
I also
It's a niche.
have to have a passion for it too, and I really don't, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay. G?
Now, what I am excited for, it's off topic, but it's NXT TakeOver UK Blackpool next week, Saturday. I am excited for that. It's at 1 p.m. Eastern our time. I don't know about Pacific time.
It's on it's an actual network event?
Yeah, it's an actual network event. I'm looking forward to it. I'm more excited for that than Wrestle Kingdom. So, we'll
There's
see.
TJ Yawn over there. All right. Well, good to know. I didn't even know about that. That's the NXT UK takeover, just with their people. Okay.
Yeah, they got
so like
5.
Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate.
It's 5 matches, so
okay.
It's gonna be.
Who's the women's champion over there?
Rhea Ripley.
Okay.
Big G, I actually watched an episode of NXT UK, and it actually wasn't that bad. I just like messing with you. It wasn't so bad. I think when they stop releasing 2 episodes a week, I think I might start watching it because I can't do 2 episodes. That's too
Well,
much.
it's because they tape it like NXT. I think they tape it in a month in advance, and they have so much time on the network. They just air 2 episodes on there at once. And I mean, you don't have to watch both episodes that day. You can watch one episode that day and then next week.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you enjoy it. You're giving it a chance.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the takeover. Aren't you, Aaron? You gonna watch the takeover or no?
I usually, I might not watch it live, but I'll probably watch it, fast forward and stuff.
I'll be at work, but I'll be watching it when I get home.
Maybe something will captivate me. But so anyway, we got a couple topics left. Couple topics left. Ready? Dance break. Sorry, Caitlin. I forgot to do it when you were on before, and we kind of did it at the end, and it wasn't good. So not that was any good. Anyway, yeah, R-Truth and Carmella. At least they're on TV, right? Or more or less, more than Ty Dillinger. So we got to talk about Brock because he's a Universal Champion, but we don't see him on TV. But the reason why I want to talk about him because it's the new year. He is defending the title at Royal Rumble against Braun Strowman. Do you think they're going to add someone else to this match, or you think because I think they're always worried. Did they add Cena already?
No.
So it's just Braun. Because I think they get worried about Braun blowing up. But then again, Brock's matches have been short recently. So is Brock going to hold this title till WrestleMania? That's my question.
Yes.
Who's ready, though? Like, if he didn't, or even when he drops it. We've heard, Strowman's been in the mix for a while now. Doesn't seem like he can break the ceiling. Rollins' name has come up since Roman's been out. Who's ready? Who can WWE use Brock Lesnar to the Brock Lesnar rub to get somebody over? Big G, go ahead. You put your hand up.
I have a bad feeling.
Jinder Mahal.
We talked about this on Virtue's Rage last week.
Okay.
John Cena's apparently being on Raw this Monday, right? What
think
if somehow they add him and make it a triple threat match at the Royal Rumble?
My concern is Strowman gets blown up. And Brock's intensity blows Strowman up. If it's scheduled to be somewhat of a short match like Brock's had, it'll be one-on-one. They'll figure a finish out. But if they want to go over 10 minutes, that's what makes me think, oh, my God, they're going to add somebody before the Rumble. There you go, Big G.
But other than John Cena, I think Rollins is ready to go. They're done with the whole rematch clauses with everybody. And Triple H wants this old Seth Rollins to come out, and I could see Seth Rollins versus Brock Lesnar later down the road, possibly WrestleMania. Who knows? I put on Messenger. I would like to see Pete Dunne versus Brock Lesnar. In my opinion, that'd be a good match.
Wow, there's that NXT mark coming out. Woo!
That's just me, though.
What an extreme. You should have stopped at Rollins because that's a rumored Mania main event. But oh man, okay, TJS. So with Roman, with Roman here, it's a whole nother discussion, right? But we saw how Roman would probably still be the champion. And who knows where Lesnar would be right now if Roman didn't get sick. But what's your thoughts on this? Like, can they? And I said when Brock won the title back, I claim that it was best for short-term stability because I know people hate him, but you put the title on Brock, you let him take it home like he does. Now people want to see him lose even more than they wanted to see him lose before, and it could get that next person white hot. Rollins, really what?
I just don't care anymore.
Well, wait, Aaron, you don't want Brock to lose?
I don't care. I'm indifferent.
What?
I just don't care about the Universal title anymore.
But anyway, wait your turn. TJS, so I'm sitting there seeing this could benefit Rollins. Like Big G, you brought him up. Rollins could be better. People love him. This could be white hot stuff for him, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that Rollins is going to win the Rumble, and he's going to face Brock at Mania. At least that's what I hope for. And I know some people are going to say that Seth doesn't have the size for it because he's not as big as Roman was or whatever. But the thing is, Seth is the architect, so you could go with the story that Seth is going to outsmart Brock, get him down to on all fours, and then he could say he's going to stomp his head in, and everyone can't fight when they're out cold. So you could say something like that. Say Seth is just going to outsmart him, and I think the fans would be behind him, and I think it wouldn't be a bad.
They would be behind him. I don't. You shouldn't think they would.
Oh, did I say wouldn't?
No, you said you think they would be behind Rollins. Okay. And in a situation versus Lesnar, they're going to be behind Rollins. I mean, you might have your indifference like Aaron, but that'll happen when you get bored with the product.
Yeah, Seth is the ultimate babyface right now, as far as I'm concerned, and
right.
We never really got the proper Brock versus Seth match. And you could say that Brock wants his revenge for WrestleMania 31. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's all ready to go, and I think that should be the match. And have Rollins be the Iron Man in the Rumble. There you go. And I think it'll still be a one-on-one with Braun and Brock. I'd like to see Braun win, but that really puts a damper on the Braun or on the Lesnar versus Rollins match. But I wonder if Brock does end up losing to Braun, maybe that's Brock's ticket out, since they said no more rematches. I mean, who knows?
Right. Well,
go ahead, Aaron. I know you wanted to move on. But.
I was thinking they might do like a triple threat with Cena just so Strowman doesn't have to take the fall, because is Strowman really going to lose yet again to Lesnar? Or is Strowman going to win the title? I don't know. I really don't care. But I do agree, if it's going to be anybody to beat Lesnar, it should be Rollins at this point. Rollins should win the Rumble, beat Lesnar at WrestleMania, send Lesnar packing. But my feeling is Lesnar's going to just keep sticking around and being the champion, and it's just going to be the same tired, recycled pattern over and over again.
That's what makes you indifferent then, right? Just because you know WWE, you've covered them, you know what
I'm just going to say this now. For WrestleMania, I'm just going to predict Brock Lesnar to win.
Oh, man. Getting that out.
I want to be wrong. Woo! I want to be wrong. So either I get a right prediction or I get the result that I want, which is Lesnar losing. So
I like that reverse psychology. So.
Yeah, so I'm picking Lesnar for WrestleMania, regardless of who he's facing.
Put a stipulation on it, Aaron.
No.
He has time to think about that. Maybe Interstate Kyle can put a stipulation on it. He usually likes to do that. Does he follow through with those stipulations, though? I know you have, Aaron, with your beard and your hair.
Yeah, I think he did.
Main event time. Now, I know TJS was asking to put the All Elite Wrestling thing in the main event. Well, they got to earn. They have to earn that, and in time they might. So I came up with this topic, and I'll start with you, TJS. I want everybody's opinion on who they think is the most miscast male and female wrestler currently on the main roster. Sorry, Big G, main roster, because it's probably, for you, it's probably going to be NXT talent. So, TJS, who could WWE look at and cast better, male and female, on the main roster, and maybe get some superstars out of them?
The tag teams count?
Anything. If you're going to... I mean, I said pick one male and one female, but if you really have a tag team you think could really get over, but you kind of know Vince McMahon's thoughts on tag teams, so beating a dead horse right there.
Okay, so are you talking about a repackage here or just being booked better?
Anything. That they're currently on the main roster and they're miscast, and you would like to see them like in the main event and the upper mid card, more TV time. Yeah.
Okay. For the women, I'm gonna say Ember Moon because I think that she has the look, she has the athletic ability, she can talk really well, she has a cool entrance, she's hot. I mean, she has all these factors, and I think that they could sell like replica, like Ember Moon masks or whatever. I could see kids in the crowd wearing that, and I really like her finisher too. I think that everything about it just screams superstar, and we had her losing to Nia Jax recently, and I feel like she has been very miscast. I think that she's been eclipsed, so to speak. No, well, pun intended. And as far as the male superstar, oh, jeez. I guess it could be Raw or SmackDown.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to think about it. Aaron, do you want to go ahead?
Well, you took my female answer. I was going to say Ember Moon, personally. My male answer would be Dean Ambrose, because I don't like what they've done with his character. I don't like the sirens. I don't like the coat that he wears to the ring. I don't like anything about his heel character. I think it's been a complete bomb, and I think the crowd reaction at TLC spoke volumes. The fact that he had that heel turn that shocked everybody and got everyone excited, and then they had that match at TLC and the people were chanting boring. Something is amiss, and I think the character has just been completely mishandled. I want to see a more vicious, scary Dean Ambrose. I think it's been very watered down, very lackluster. So that would be my pick, Dean Ambrose. For the women, I have to think about that. Big G?
For the male, man, this is going to be tough. I'm going to go with The Miz. The Miz.
Nice pick. Go ahead, elaborate. That's my pick.
This whole comedy thing with Shane, he needs to go back to The Miz from 2010, you know. Straight up badass. Just serious and put back in the WWE title picture or the Universal title picture, whatever it is. And as far as the female, I was going to say Ember Moon as well. I really was.
Yeah, it's tough. Well, you know, I would say either Sasha or Bayley, like that feud that they were developing, and then they just went back to being a team. Both of those two have been very watered down, and I feel like Bayley needed some kind of edge. And when she, you know, said, "You ain't shit, Sasha," that was bringing out that edge in her, and we were all getting excited and interested to see what was going to happen with that. And then WWE did the stupid therapy segment, and then they became friends again, and that was that. So I guess I'd go with Bayley.
So, all right, I'll go here. And again, I said miscast, right? Not underutilized necessarily. So Miz, and the reason, you know, I agree with you there, Big G, and the reason why, you remember how intense his promos were with Daniel Bryan and with anybody. And you know, he did the comedy stuff with him and Maurice versus Cena and Nikki, but it's like he got hit on the head and has amnesia and doesn't remember who The Miz is with this bit going on with Shane. And what I saw on SmackDown this week, that backstage segment, and then Shane walks out of the room and Miz is like, "Oh, where'd you go, Shane?" It is awful. Miz is so much better than this, but he's collecting his money, Big G, so I can't go against that. He's making his money, but The Miz is being miscast. I mean, he should still be a major player, not just this joke with Shane. And is it going to lead to maybe him versus Shane at Mania, or him and Shane in a tag team title match? Probably something like that. It's probably in Shane's contract that he has to do another big match, so maybe this will be an easy way out, one-on-one versus The Miz or a tag team match. He doesn't have to kill himself. For my female, again, I said the word miscast, Becky Lynch. She's coming out there, right? We know she is super over. They need to stop producing her. They need to let her go out there and CM Punk the F out of every promo, every spot, like she is on Twitter. She needs to be that way on television.
I agree.
They should have the biggest superstar since Daniel Bryan's popularity right now with Becky. And it seems like they have it, but it seems like they're castrating. Well, you can't castrate a female, but you know what I mean. She's miscast because she should be, and they tease it with like the Cena thing on SmackDown, she should be the face of the company right now. She is that over.
Right. No, I agree completely about the tweets. Like the stuff she says on Twitter, that is straight fire. She needs to be, we need more of that intensity on television. Forget Twitter. We need that stuff on SmackDown Live. I agree with you, actually.
Did you
So
guys
it's weird.
like?
It was a weird word that I used, but that's kind of where I was going. But I liked everybody's choices. Did you have to go, TGS? Did you say your male?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my male now. It's a tie actually.
Okay.
Between Finn Balor and Apollo Crews.
Ah.
Both of these guys benefit from heel turn because Apollo Crews is so damn talented, and this guy's a jobber. It's just sad. And with Finn, I could say the exact same thing. He was in the battle royal with all the jobbers. Like, come on, man. This is the first ever Universal Champion, and you've got the man in a battle royal with the Lucha House Party, Kurt, Axel, Bo Dallas. These jokes, and he didn't even win the damn match.
Right.
Come on.
I mean, he has a demon gimmick that he's pretty much never lost with. So, perfect scenario, TGS. You bring up Balor, that being miscast. Why would he not bring that out to get to the top? You know what I mean? Like, so it's just bad writing. Every fan knows, even casual fans should, if they saw the demon once, they should say, why don't we see that more? He's clearly dominant as that.
Yeah.
That's bad booking.
And there's not even a storyline about it. I would be fine if they were just like, Finn can't be the demon more than one time every 6 months because he has to channel a lot of energy to do it. Sure, it's supernatural, but that's what I want in the product. I want some over-the-top stuff because
Look at Undertaker all those years.
yeah, the urn and everything. Like, this isn't real life. They had Kane shooting fire out of his hands once. Come on, man. Like, it's supposed to be over the top. It's wrestling. We're not watching reality TV. I'm frustrated. And by the way, with the Becky thing, Virtue, I agree. What did you think about her throwing Cena over the ropes and doing this taunt?
They need to go 110%. Becky Lynch, I'm the man, I'm whatever I can. They need to make us think that she's out there performing ad lib and what's the word I'm looking for, Aaron? What's that show they used to have on TV? Whose line is anyway? Improv. Yeah. Becky should be improving. The fans would eat that up.
I want to see
handcuffs.
I want to see her wrestle against I want Becky to be Intercontinental Champion or something. I think that would be awesome. It would remind me of China and everything. So I mean, I'm all for something like that.
And they don't even have to go there. They just need to let her. The script needs to go out the window with her. She would get she's already over, but they like to cap it. They don't want people becoming bigger than them anymore. That's the problem.
Right. No one is bigger than the World Wrestling Entertainment.
Only Vince McMahon will allow WrestleMania. WrestleMania is probably the only thing bigger than the WWE, even though it is the WWE, because that's the biggest thing. No matter what, it draws every year. I was there. I saw it.
Right.
People everywhere. Every seat full. Just people spending money left and right. Things selling out at the gift shop. That's their baby.
That's their brand.
Has it always sold out, or has there ever been a year where there were empty seats at a Mania?
Recent years, I mean, they might have to give away a few thousand tickets to fill the building to capacity, but, they're still packing the place.
They're inflating the number, too, anyway.
Well, they do that, but, WrestleMania, there's a crap load of people there. That's all you need to know. And that the financial numbers, see, WWE can inflate the numbers because it's the revenue that the stockholders look at. It's not how many people are in the building. It's how much money they make. Yeah. And the money, the numbers just keep going up every year. So WrestleMania is really big business. You have it where major cities are bidding for WrestleMania now several years in advance. It's just becoming a bigger and bigger deal. The brand is extremely powerful.
And it's almost never the best show of the year.
Right. Sometimes it's the worst.
The hype is the biggest thing, right? We all get excited for it, and then the show's over, and it's like, oh.
I get that way a lot, where I feel like the shows don't live up to the hype. Like, I thought 30 and 31 lived up to the hype, but a lot of the recent ones, no.
31 was probably the best one since 30.
Yeah. Well, no, I thought 30 had a better opening match and closing match, the whole Daniel Bryan thing. But I think 31 overall was one of the most solid WrestleMania cards from start to finish. maybe in the history of WrestleMania.
Daniel Bryan won the Intercontinental title. Then they had that great Seth Rollins, Randy Orton finish.
Love that RKO.
Taker Bray wasn't awful. You know what I mean?
It was fine. The Cena Rusev match was fine. You had
Yeah.
AJ Lee's last pay-per-view match. You had The Rock and Ronda Rousey confrontation with Triple H and Stephanie. You had Sting, even though that pissed me off, but you still had Sting there. And then, of course, the main event, Rollins cashing in at the end, was a great moment. So, yeah,
Before that happened, Roman was bloody, giving it all to Brock Lesnar. People don't remember that, though.
It was a good match.
Yep. Well, good talk for the first No DQ review of 2019. That's it.
All right.
So, everybody, Big G, we'll start with you since you're sporting the Virtues Rage shirt.
Well,
Say bye-bye.
NoDQ.com/Big G takes you to my Twitter page. Instagram, NoDQ_Big G. Facebook, Jeffrey Hiltel. Go to NoDQ.com/shirts. I'm wearing the retro Virtue Rages shirt. The NoDQ.com # Fire Virtue. Aaron's NoDQ.com Galaxy t-shirt. I don't know what TJS is wearing, but it's not NoDQ. And that's it. Big G, folks.
TJS.
Yeah, it's not NoDQ, unfortunately. However, Aaron's shirt is the NoDQ.com Galaxy shirt. That right there has, if you donate a super chat in November, that could very well have your name on it, folks. So you might want to go purchase one, NoDQ.com/shirts. I believe there's a New Year's sale going on.
There is.
So think about it. You can get a shirt with your name on it for a discount. Why wouldn't you want that? It's a beautiful design.
Thank you.
We got plenty of shirts there. And NoDQ.com/TJS. It'll take you to my Facebook page. You can chat with me there. I'm always up for a conversation about good old wrestling. And the same thing for my Twitter, @NoDQ_TJS. And yeah, there you go. The beautiful shot of the NoDQ.com Galaxy shirt.
Yep.
Amazing.
So yeah, the 20% off deal I think is Wrestle Kingdom for the Wrestle Kingdom weekend. It's throughout the weekend. I believe it starts Thursday at noon Eastern, 10 Central, something, or 11 Central. I don't know, something like that. But it'll be throughout the weekend. 20% off. Use the code Wrestle Kingdom. You can pick up the NoDQ.com shirts, and I should have pens available soon for purchase if people are interested. So stay tuned for that. And of course, NoDQ.com for the very latest wrestling news and rumors. Virtue, let's go ahead and wrap it up.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Obviously, you can follow me on Twitter @NoDQ_Virtue. And you can go to my Facebook, NoDQ.com/Virtue with the lowercase v. So for TJS, for the Big G, and for Aaron Rift, I'm Virtue. See you next week, Galaxy.